Hello everyone, welcome to Market Access Day. Now in Sweden this time, Gothenburg, which we would like to say here is really the center of the industry and exports in Sweden or in the world. My name is Jesper Örn. I'm responsible for international trade, business development here at the West Sweden Chamber of Commerce. I will be moderating today's event. And I will just have a few words before we start. Some funny things is that we have about 200 people watching right now, about 100 here and 100 plus online. And some fact, they are the great majority companies, associations, authorities, universities, but the great majority companies. And here, just some fun facts. We have Volvo, of course, but we have Ferrari online. I was really impressed. For chat, for you online, we will have a chat. So please put your question in the chat. And I will be assisted by a colleague here who will raise your questions. But just one thing. My colleagues are really tired of this map, but I hope you're not. So for a country like Sweden, the darker the country, the darker blue, the more dependent we are on trade. So about 90% of the Swedish GDP would actually be, that's trade as share of GDP. So we're extremely dependent on trade. And as you see, the whole of Europe is extremely dependent on trade. So that's why it's so important with those days. We want to get as few trade barriers as possible, and of course to go ahead with all these free trade agreements. And just very briefly on the agenda, I won't go into details, but we will start now with an introduction from us, West Sweden Chamber of Commerce, from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we will have our guests from the EU Commission informing us. We'll have a Q&A session just before the break, which will be at 10:30. For a coffee break, half an hour. And the coffee break, not for you online, I'm sorry, I hope you have a cake. But it will be right here, around the corner. And then we will, after the break at 11, we will have a panel discussion and we will have information from EU Commission experts. And also after that panel, a Q&A session. And then another multinational company, Alfa Laval, will inform on a success case. And at the end, some concluding remarks, and then a lunch. But now I will hand over the word to our chairman of the board, Miss Charlotte Ljunggren. I hope you're with us.
I'm with you, Jesper.
Great. Eurovision Song Contest. Only Sweden today. Here we have. Yeah. Hello, Charlotte. I can just mention. Right. I can just mention that Charlotte, she's in Italy, skiing. I was about to say, but you're not skiing now, I hope.
No, not right now, but in a few minutes.
Yes. So, Charlotte, you have the background also, I should mention, from partly logistics, currently at Swedavia, Swedish Airports, Stena Line, sea containers, and so on. So you're very relevant for this day. But please. The word is yours.
Thank you, Jesper. I'm happy to welcome you all to this Market Access Day, where the Swedish industry businesses get the opportunity to meet with the EU Commission trade representatives and decision makers. The West Sweden Chamber of Commerce is, of course, extremely happy and proud to host this event, as Jesper did say, as representatives for the West Swedish industry, but most importantly, at this occasion, as one of 11 regional Chamber of Commerce in Sweden representing the Swedish industry. Sweden is, as you know, extremely dependent on trade, and West Sweden even more so, at the strongest exporting region in our country. We are a very small nation with 10 million inhabitants, rather like a medium-sized city in the world than a country. And compared to countries like United States and India, that will be discussed more in depth here today, our companies do not have a big domestic market. And that's why they really need to start their internationalization from day one. That's why Sweden is such a strong advocate for free trade and for minimizing the barriers. The Chamber of Commerce is probably the biggest network worldwide representing the industry and business. Our chamber is one of approximately 12,000 chambers worldwide. And we work on a daily basis to make our region, industry, and business world class. We work to represent and promote our members and are certain that free trade makes our companies more competitive as well as innovative. In time of geopolitical uncertainty, to put it mildly, we do think it is even more important to fight protectionism and promote openness for our companies. Impossible not to mention and absolutely key for our industry, where Sweden is extremely competitive, is the green transition. Our industry is the driver in the driver's seat, and we need the EU and our politicians to set the arena, promoting openness, innovation, and competition. Our companies are extremely dependent on trade, and EU is responsible for trade policies and negotiate trade agreements for member countries. EU decision makers often feel very distant for our companies, and as their representative, we want to get them to see that you are not. That we, through our National Board of Trade, Commerce and Government, can have their voice heard and create an ongoing and efficient dialogue. With this said, the Market Access Day is of highest importance, and once again, as a representative for our industry and companies, I thank the EU Commission, Mr. Denis Redonnet and his team for their initiative and interest in the meeting with our companies. I also thank the representative from our National Board of Trade, the government, and of course, all of your companies that are here today. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I think we have a round of applause for that. And I have to ask, would you have any snow now in Italy, skiing?
Yes, we have a lot of snow, beautiful weather, nice slopes.
Yeah.
Very good food.
Yeah, and
everything is great.
And I can inform we have a typical day in Gothenburg of sun.
Oh, that's lovely.
She thinks I'm lying. I'm not. So thank you very much, Charlotte. Have a great day in skiing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go back to presentation. Yes. And now I would like to leave the word to Mr. Per-Arne Hjelmborn, Director-General for Trade Policy, Swedish Ministry for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning, everyone. And should I do that? Yes. First of all, thank you, Charlotte. She left us, but I hope she enjoys her skiing. She misses a great opportunity, though, and I'm happy that so many could join us here today. And thank you, Jesper, and the West Sweden Chamber of Commerce for hosting us today for this Market Access Day in beautiful Gothenburg. And good morning to all of you in the room and those who are joining us online. I would, of course, also like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to the European Commission for co-hosting this event with us, and especially honored and pleased that the Deputy Director-General and also the Chief Trade Enforcement Officer, that's a powerful title, Mr. Denis Redonnet is with us here today, and also colleagues of his, Ms. Simona Pinto and her team, and others joining us online from Brussels. So, today is actually March 15. It's a bit mind-boggling, but that means that we're almost half into the presidency of the Swedish presidency of the European Union. And let me just remind you of some of our overarching priorities. You see them here on the screen, but just a quick word on each of them. And the first one is quite obvious in the geopolitical situation that we have with the invasion of Ukraine, where EU, I must say, we have shown our strength when we can work together. And the key word here is unity. I think that's been a very powerful one. We've been able to deliver 10 sanctions package against Russia, for instance. The second one is competitiveness. It's very much tied to the agenda here today. I won't talk more about this now. I'll come back to it. The third one is the green and energy transition. It's about how we can tackle the high and volatile energy prices, for instance, but also at the same time provide a long-term solution to the market reform of the energy. The third one is also obvious for most of us in Europe. It's how we can stand up for democratic values and the rule of law. Because the European Union were built on democratic values and principles, and upholding these principles is key for our presidencies, and I hope also for the incoming EU presidencies. Here, as we move to the trade agenda, which is my responsibility, I'm Director-General for trade policy, but also the EU internal market. Here you see the four priorities in the trade area. The first one, having been mentioned already by Jesper and Charlotte, it's the FTA agenda, of course, the free trade agenda, which I'll come back to. It's also the trade I mentioned, the trade elements of reconstructing Ukraine, where we have lots of ideas we are pushing. And it's the trade ties with our most important trade partner, the United States, the transatlantic ties. But also sort of a modern and forward-looking overall trade agenda where we take on board the digital issues, the sustainability issues, the multilateral reforms of WTO, and so on and so forth. And in addition to that, we have so-called legislative files, which is not that common in trade policy, but we happen to have one quite important one, very different. The first one is the anti-coercion instrument, and I'm sure that Mr. Redonnet will come back to that one. It's about how we can use the different tools, or one tool to counter coercion by third countries, so we can defend ourselves better on the global stage. And the second one is of total different nature, is how we can remove the import duties from products coming from not least the most vulnerable developing countries, to make it easier for them to prosper, to alleviate poverty and so on, as long as they also follow principles of human rights and labor issues and so on. So we have a full plate, I can tell you, a lot to deal with, and we'll come back to some of these issues as we move along here. Now I sort of focus on how trade can contribute to EU competitiveness, and all of you are active in this field more or less, so you probably do understand the importance of this issue. I'm very happy to say that when the European Council met in December, that's when our heads of states and heads of government met in December, they agreed that the EU should pursue an ambitious, a robust, an open and sustainable trade agenda. And that's, I think, very important for us to build on. It was important for us as a Swedish incoming presidency to have that platform, because it makes it easier for us with the support of the European Council, of course. And not least the fact that over 90% of the growth happens. You mentioned the figure of 90% of trade dependency, but this is the fact that 90% of the growth happens outside the EU. And in order to tap into that growth, we need to have an ambitious trade agenda. That's the only way. And we've done a lot looking at the Commission with your leadership in negotiating many free trade agreements, but it's still a fact that there's some room for improvement and more to be done. Europe has about 44% of our trade covered by these free trade agreements. But if you compare to another country, Japan, for instance, they have 80%. So that's the target that we would like to move on to. I refer to the European Council. My department and the team I'll show you, colleagues here later on, we organized the informal trade ministers meeting in Stockholm last week, Thursday, Friday. And I'm happy to say that there was also strong support for this ambitious trade agenda. And ministers talked about that, and we'll bring that along also when the European Council is meeting now in March. So 90% of growth taking place outside Europe. We have 42 trade agreements with 74 partners. It seems a lot, as I said, but it's still the ratio could improve. And the reason why we want to move on is, of course, it's about EU competitiveness, EU growth, jobs, but also about resilience. And that's as we live now through tensions in Europe, the importance of diversifying the supply chain is very important. And also, speaking of geopolitics, it's about EU's position on the globe, geopolitical standing. When we can improve the ties to allies and partners across the world, it makes Europe stronger as well. And I quote here the National Board of Trade. Well, I'm very proud that it's part of the Swedish Foreign Ministry. They have a figure saying that as the EU free trade agreements, when we sign them, that means that we often increase trade between EU and those partners more than 50%, or about like 50%. And that's, I think, a very promising figure. That means that we, as long as we can continue to pursue this ambitious agenda, we have the hope to increase trade. That's a good figure. I have here on the slide some of the agreements that we're pushing at this point. The first one being New Zealand, which we hope to sign actually during the Swedish presidency, looking at June, likely. It's not the biggest market in the world, but it's geopolitically very interesting in Asia, and it's also sort of a golden standard agreement, very ambitious. Mentioning also, of course, Chile and Mexico, and the big one is the Mercosur. For those who are not familiar with that phrase, it's the countries consisting of Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. So it's really a huge one. It would be the biggest one in the continent with enormous possibility, but also challenges, and not least when you talk about the sustainability dimension. For those who follow the debate on deforestation and so on, you would understand that Brazil there is a special case in point. I happen to be Sweden's ambassador to Brazil between 2014 and 2019, so I know the possibility was also the challenge. But we hope that there is a momentum now that we can push it, and then Spain will come as the next presidency, and of course, for all historic and cultural reasons, they also have a great interest to push that one. I also have on this slide Australia, India, and Indonesia. And today there are rumors that Thailand might come back to the agenda as well, which is also a big and important market. So it's not only about signing this agreement. I'm sure Denis will come back to that. We also need to implement them and enforce them. And that's also part of our job. So we can make most of these trade agreements. So how can we reach then more market access? How can we remove the barriers? Of course, signing this agreement. And we have today on the agenda the United States. Unfortunately, there's no negotiations going on a free trade agreement with the Americans. It's not the political dynamism is not there at the moment. Sweden still have a vision that at some point we will come back to that. But we have at least something called the Trade and Technology Council, where we talk about the future of digital issues, sustainability issues, and there we can tackle also some of the challenges. You probably followed in the news something called IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is in one way very positive because the Americans are finally addressing the climate change challenges, but they're doing it in a way that discriminates, not least European companies. And we confront them with that, and we push them, and we try to get some market access that will improve the situation for Europe and for Swedish companies. But we don't know exactly where this will end. It's a constant debate. We hope, though, that the next TTC meeting, the next meeting of the Trade and Technology Council, will take place in Sweden, actually, during our presidency, probably in the north of Sweden, also to showcase the green transition in reality for the Americans and also for the Commission. And we have strong support for that. And we might also have a date which is not easy. We'll bring in both the Foreign Minister of the United States, Blinken, Raimondo, Commerce Secretary, and also the USTR representative, Tai, together with 2 commissioners and 3 or 4 Swedish ministers. So it's quite an adventure to get that. We also have India, enormous opportunity. Free trade agreements going on. I was with my minister in India and Delhi in December, and there's also a momentum here. But for India to sign an agreement with the level of ambition that EU traditionally signed, it's quite a game changer for them. So there's very few low-hanging fruits. We have to push there. But as long as there's an opportunity, Sweden will definitely push for it. Also removing trade barriers. Of course, the market access partnership is key. Here, Commission, Member States, national authorities, National Board of Trade in our case, but of course US companies. We need to work together on improving our tools, improving our coordination, and also the market access teams in third countries can make a lot of difference. I mentioned I worked in Brazil before, and I know that when EU member states, companies work together, we can make good results. So I pushed through this presentation quite fast. Let me just thank a couple of people who have made this possible, starting with, once again, the National Board of Trade and Director-General Anders Ahnlid and his team, Annika Widell, Jonas Kasteng, for organizing this today, and also two colleagues of mine, Ms. Helene Averland, and we have another colleague up there, Helena Alvin Nordegren. And I should look at them. They are here to meet with you. Go up to them in the breaks, talk to them, ask them questions, and meet. Of course, I'm available as well. I hope that we have a productive day, fruitful day. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jernborn. So exciting to hear about those free trade agreements, because really when you look at the figures and the percentage of increased trade because of the trade agreements, those are amazing figures. So now we have the great pleasure to welcome from the EU Commission and to the stage Mr. Denis Redonnet, Deputy Director-General and Chief Trade Enforcement Officer. You will talk about enforcement, implementation of EU trade policy and how this matters for Sweden.
Thanks very much.
You.
It's great to be here. It's very interesting for me to be here in West Sweden. I have a day to touch the economic fabric a bit closer to what you can do out of Brussels. So thank you very much to the Chamber of Commerce, to the government, the Board of Trade, colleagues with whom we work very closely to partner with us in doing this Market Access Day. A big part of my job, and a number of people, of course, in the Commission with whom I work, is to focus on very concrete things, on making the EU trade agreements actually work in practice, to make sure that they deliver the tangible benefits for the economic stakeholders that they're supposed to deliver. Because a trade agreement is a trade treaty is a piece of paper, but you've got to inject some life into it if you want to make sure it delivers on their potential. So it's not a hairy-fairy grand strategy stuff. It's very pragmatic. It's a day-to-day grind of EU trade policy. But there is a lot of nobility in that. You could say, actually, it's very bizarre that you have a Frenchman actually dealing with this, because, you know, the characteristic of a Frenchman is that usually a Frenchman is happy. He doesn't really care whether things work in practice as long as they work in theory. But that doesn't apply here. It doesn't work here. It doesn't work here for several reasons. I think one is, maybe it's worth saying a word on this at the outset. It's all the more important to focus on this because the economic and trade environment under which we conduct our international economic relations is actually pretty challenging, in some cases fairly adverse. We've had and we've seen all of the disruptions relating in our continent to Russia's aggression of Ukraine when it comes to energy prices, when it comes to a whole range of supply chain disruptions, adapting to the economic sanctions regime that we should put in place, which for a country like Sweden, you know, has had important impacts, whether it's in terms of resourcing or in terms of reorienting exports in key sectors. We have the effects of the growing tension between the US and China. We have an economy that's still recovering, including from the pandemic. And critically here, let's be honest, there is increased protectionist tendencies in many, many jurisdictions around the world. And finally, in a context where the rules-based economic order is being challenged, it's being chipped away. The institutions at its heart, the WTO, does not function in the way that we would like it to function. So in this environment, it is important to continue to have an active EU trade policy, which is based on openness, which also looks at the issues of sustainability, and in some cases is assertive vis-à-vis third countries where it's necessary. This does not mean having a defensive or protectionist approach to trade policy. By no means, because that makes no sense for the EU in any case, given, again, our economic fabric, our orientations. So the trade policy agenda that we're carrying, the Commission with the Member States, is geared to respond to these challenges in different ways, by having an active trade policy and having trade agreements. We have the trade agreements in force, we have the trade agreements in the pipeline, and they are important, and Per-Arne has developed that, and I will not go into this. We need to look at different ways of engaging and cooperating third country jurisdictions outside of classical comprehensive free trade agreements as well. There are other different forms of engagement. Various forms of cooperation, partnerships, whether it's on raw materials or in other sectors. And the Trade and Technology Council with the United States is one of such tools. We're also working to preserve, I think, the baseline of the rules-based system, so to make sure it doesn't erode, to make sure we still count on a civilized way of dealing with issues of non-compliance with international trade rules. That's why we're going to continue to invest as EU in the WTO, in the system of rules, in all its aspects, notably by shoring up the dispute settlement arm of the WTO to make sure it can continue to function. You know that we've tried to put in place some stopgaps to make sure that the WTO system holds up, and we're making progress on this. We've set up a stopgap for the dispute settlement system, a multi-party agreement with the countries that are interested in continuing to adjudicate their disputes in global trade in a proper manner. And we're getting more and more members signing up to this. Last week, Japan has become a member, or as it's announced, it will become a member of this stopgap arrangement for the dispute settlement arm of the WTO. That is not negligible at all, because this will have a strong signaling effect on the rest of the world. That big international trading blocs want to continue to anchor their international economic relations in a rules-based proper system. And where necessary, where we have regulatory gaps in the global rule book, we also need to level the playing field, and in some cases by developing a number of autonomous instruments. And in all this, we're very appreciative of the Swedish Presidency's efforts in taking forward all of that agenda, not least Per-Arne himself. It's good that Sweden is championing an open trade and a pro-competitive agenda. As a matter of fact, it's an agenda that requires champions today. It needs champions. Now, I want to focus on two issues here today. First, the importance of the free trade agreements themselves and their effective implementation. And second, the way we want to organize our efforts in dealing with implementation problems and in trying to solve or help solve and remove barriers to market access in third countries. Now, on the first issue, on this question of the FTAs themselves, of the agreements, and what we need to do to tap into the opportunities. As Per-Arne said, we have a vast network. We have these 42 trade agreements. That's about half of the total of the EU external trade. It generates about €1 trillion in exports every year. And they work in a sense that the FTAs produce a sort of preferential premium for EU trade, in the sense that we see year after year stronger growth of imports and exports with the FTA partners that we see with the rest of the world. So there is a value in having these preferential trade agreements in place in terms of stimulating our trade integration and as a conveyor belt into the sources of growth externally. Now, extra EU trade if I understand correctly, looking at the figures, about half of the Swedish exports. And Swedish companies are actually benefiting from the trade agreements, are making fairly good use already of the trade agreements. I've seen that basically the preference utilization rate of the agreements is in line with the EU average for Sweden, which is not bad. There is always a delta. There is always more that one can do in order to make sure that the benefits are really maximized, that you don't leave tariffs that should not be paid on the table. How can we support the firms that are engaged in international trade to maximize these benefits? First, by providing the right information about how to tap into the network of FTAs. And for this, we have set up the Access to Market platform, which is a free, multilingual, one-stop shop for importers and exporters. Because again, this is not about exports, it's also about imports, to access all of the necessary information about how the trade agreements work in practice and what is needed to access third country markets. Now that platform has been running now for about 2.5 years. It's developing constantly from a tool that was focusing essentially on goods and trading goods to now a larger platforms which incorporate several trade tools. Simona will make a demo of the Access to Market platform. Now we're working on disseminating the platform, making sure that people know it, use it. We have over 4 million users. We've done a lot of dedicated training sessions on the use of the platform, reaching more and more participants. We want to continue to do this. We are also improving the platform by adding components relating to procurement, access to public procurement in third countries, and relating to services, which is very important. Still the area of services, and I know that Pascal Carnet from the European Services Forum is here today, remains underdeveloped in terms of data, information, access to information, and we want to continue working on this, as well as one feature which is really the key feature in the market access to platform, in my view, which is a rules of origin self-assessment tool, which enables anybody who uses the Access to Market platform to navigate the complexity of the preferential rules of origin in our agreement and to know whether they can actually benefit from the preference. Now, it's as close as it gets to a sort of rules of origin calculator, if you want. And I think it is useful. We've had more than 250,000 assessments done on this so-called ROSA, Rules of Origin Self-Assessment tool. And we, again, like the rest, we want to continue to develop it. Now, the operators that are based in Sweden are already active users of access to markets. It's the 14th out of 27th user Sweden, those that are based in Sweden, of the platform. So that's, I think, is positive. It's a testimony to the communication efforts that we're making out of the Commission, but very much with the Swedish authorities on promoting the platform. And we want to continue to partner on this. We want to continue to partner with multipliers, relays, chambers of commerce, everything that helps to push out, delivers the benefits that it is supposed to benefit. And we need to generally understand better the obstacles to a fuller use of referential access instruments like the trade agreements. Now, there Sweden is doing a lot, notably through the Board of Trade. In 2021, the report from the Board of Trade on the preference utilization, the use of the Korea agreement, the EU-South Korea agreement, I think is very interesting, important contribution to that. It helps because by looking at this agreement, we are also able to look at what is working and not working in terms of take-up of the agreements elsewhere. The study shows notably that awareness of the possibilities of the existence of the preferences is still actually an obstacle, and we need to continue to work on it, notably through instruments such as access to markets. This is all the more important for SMEs. I mean, after all, and again, I was looking at the stats, if I'm not mistaken, the SME sector, it produces about 30% of the total export value for Sweden, so it's not negligible at all. And of course, this is where the difficulties of accessing information is not just a cost to trade, but potentially a real obstacle to actually trade and to open opportunities in third country markets. So for SMEs, we want to continue to develop access to markets. We have dedicated SME chapters now in our trade agreements with additional transparency provisions, contact points. And here and there, we also have additional tools. We support SMEs and business centers on the ground as well, for example, in Japan and in China, which are, of course, important and complicated markets to access. We have, for example, some thematic help desks on IPR in particular. And these are EU-level tools that are going to complement the national tools for export promotion and internationalization of business, of course, more generally. And hopefully this works in sync. Now, that's what I wanted to say about the actual access and information about the FTAs. Now, there's the second stage, which is how do we deal with problems when we have problems. So when we have non-compliance, breaches by third countries, problems of concerns about their implementation, the proper implementation of the agreements, and when we see the emergence of barriers to accessing markets. Now, on this, we work out of the Commission in Brussels, but also through our network of EU delegations in third countries, so the boots on the ground, so to speak, to make sure that we support solving the trade barriers that EU companies face abroad. And we do this, and we have to do this in cooperation between the EU institutions, the Commission, the assets that we have in the countries, and the member states. Assets, including the network of member states' embassies in third countries. We have been discussing this at EU level now for some time. I think there's still more to do in this area. We need to have, in a sense, a sort of a group of people in country who are able to collectively act as a sort of regulatory watch function. So, you know, you have to have the Swedish embassy, the EU delegation working hand in hand to be able to see whether there will be regulatory developments in country X or Y that are going to be adverse to the interests of, in this case, Swedish exporting firms or Swedish firms that are invested in the country. And it's not easy because there are not infinite public authority resources to do that. So if we pull this together efficiently, we will pack a bigger punch in terms of having the capacity to prevent the emergence of market access barriers. As I always said, the best market access work is the one that you don't see, is the one which has enabled to solve the market access barrier before it has materialized. Because once it has materialized, in regulation, in law, in third countries, it's usually much more difficult to get it removed than when you are still basically in a situation where you can influence the regulatory development process. Then we have to use the tools that we have in order to deal with these market access barriers. And frankly, there we need to use intelligently a continuum of tools and instruments. And that ranges from using the structures that we are creating with the trade agreements, committee structures, the places where we can cooperate with a third country, to work in support of the interests of our exporting firms and investors, and to prevent the emergence of barriers. We also have, where necessary, to use enforcement instruments. We have to be able to go and solve our disputes in a civilized manner in the WTO dispute settlement system, or through the dispute settlement chapters of the free trade agreements. We have started to initiate consultations under the dispute settlement chapters in the free trade agreements as well over the last few years, which was not the case until 3-4 years ago. We have to use all of the possibilities, and some of them, frankly, are things that you don't necessarily see, but which work. In the WTO, the committee work still helps to solve problems and anticipate problems. The TBT committee, the SPS committees, are places where we raise the draft regulatory developments in third countries, and we help to course correct these regulatory developments so that they don't transform into market access barriers. Now, these are the tools that are used. We need to use them all because we face in many jurisdictions, as I was saying, multiple forms of protectionist, discriminatory import substitution inspired policies and practices. And by the way, policies and practices that over time are becoming more and more opaque and more murky, so very difficult to get to. It's a reality of those underlying trends towards protectionist, or in some cases, unnecessarily trade distortive practices in third countries. And that affects Swedish exporters in key exporting sectors. I'm thinking about all of the problems that we see in many jurisdictions in sectors such as machinery, motor vehicles, electrical equipment, so all the important chapters, 84, 85, 87, pharma, other sectors, wood, for example. A few examples. We're still working to solve the blockage of shipments of timber, wood, in Egyptian ports, including from Sweden, because there's a claim that there is excessive radioactivity levels from the wood. Now, all this is difficult. We are going to continue to push this issue with the Egyptian authorities to find a solution, because it's evidently an excessive barriers to trade. On India, which will be discussed today, we're trying to address more recent barriers which relate to the registration of foreign food manufacturing facilities. And there I understand there are also Swedish interests involved. In some cases we're getting results. If I take some of the recent cases where we have been able to course correct, if I take a market like Vietnam, for example, and pharma, there we have had, and thanks to the existence of the free trade agreements, we have been able to engage constructively the Vietnamese authorities to solve problems. Notably the fact that there was discrimination between member states in terms of pharma access to the Vietnamese markets. Now the Swedish pharmaceutical companies are going to be able to benefit from simplified registration procedures in this area. And I think to some extent of better scoring in public procurement as well, which in the pharma sector, of course, is important. We've been able, for example, to deal with very big sort of economy-wide type barriers at the border that we've seen in a country like Egypt, for example, where we managed to remove the introduction of the obligation to have a letter of credit as payment condition for imports after a long number of months of haggling with the Egyptian authorities. And that was causing problems to a whole range of EU companies, including, I know, Swedish ones. Now, how do we become more effective at this? And more effective, what does it mean? Well, it's quite simple in my view. It's solving more of these problems and solving them faster as well. Because time, of course, is the essence. If we are not able as public authorities to come in and support EU companies against these market access barriers quickly enough, by the time we get going, you've lost the market and you've got to recreate. So I think we have to have a sense of urgency in this, the way in which the system operates. That's why we've established a single entry point of entry to facilitate the access of either the member states or business directly to the Commission to identify, to report these trade barriers. Because if we are aware of these issues at an earlier stage, we can address them more efficiently. So the whole idea behind all this is, in this work, what is important is that we don't let things linger. So we want to ask, frankly, economic operators, companies, stakeholders to come with evidence, hard evidence, because we need hard evidence to be able on a state-to-state basis to push third countries. The quid pro quo for that is that if economic stakeholders come with hard evidence, then we have to take a commitment to act faster on the basis of that evidence. I'm encouraging stakeholders that are listening and present here to make use of these entry points into the Commission, notably a single entry point. We have had actually not a lot of Swedish company interest actually coming to the single entry point, interestingly. There are probably reasons for this. I'd be interested actually to have views on this, try to understand, unpack this. But we are very open, including through sort of pre-notification contacts. So you don't need to build a full case. You come to the single entry point and you say, look, I've got this problem. I have done my best to gather the evidence that I can. And then we start a process where we're going to interact with the stakeholders to build up the evidence in order for us to act more quickly. And then part of my job is, once we have a complaint or a representation of this kind, is that we organize ourselves properly so that, again, we don't drop the ball, basically. Now, we're getting results, I think, overall in this market access removal type work. If I look at 2021 and last year, more or less, we contribute to solving, to eliminating in full, on average, around 30 barriers. Proper barriers in the sense of regulatory barriers, not a single company problem, but an actual regulatory barrier to trade in some of these trading partner countries, either where we have an FTA in place or even those where we don't have preferential trade arrangement in place. It's as good as it gets, but we should be solving, again, more barriers faster. Now, if you take this rate of resolution of problems, it's not negligible in terms of economic impact, because we've estimated the economic impact of the barriers that have been removed between 2015 and 2020 over sort of half a decade, 5 years. That corresponds to exports from the EU that were some 7 billion higher in 2021 than they would have otherwise been if we had not removed the barriers. So that's like a small FTA, if you want. So in a way, that means that this is a space that is worth investing in terms of stimulating our trade potential. So I will finish with this. I'm sorry I've been a bit long. All this is a collective effort. The Commission is not going to do it on its own. It is already a collective effort. We're working closely with member states' authorities, but we have to work directly and closely with economic stakeholders to understand the needs, to understand the reality of the problem, because all of the barriers that we are faced with, you are faced with, are complex, usually increasingly complex, usually behind the border, not at the border, so in deep, complicated regulatory frameworks. And it requires a lot of work to be able to unpack this and then to influence, to steer, to nudge the third countries in a better direction in support of our interest. So we very much appreciate that this kind of event contributes basically to this work that I've tried to lay out today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redonnet. And it's us being very happy that you're here. And I'm actually quite glad that you said that the Swedish companies more or less use the FTAs, free trade agreements, according to the EU average. I know Maersk here, he has something to say about it, but anyway. But we will play a role when it comes to the usage of single entry market portal. And we will get into that just in a few minutes. But first, we will check your pulse. So we will feed the EU Commission and also National Board of Trade, of course, with some information from your side. So if you could either use the QR code or in your mobile put in menti.com and the code you see here. Now all the mobiles go up, so if you just take a photo of the mobile in front of you or something like that. Yes, we'll hold on to this just for a moment. And now we'll see here. We will go in here. You started answering. We have 5 questions. Have your company experienced trade barriers? Yes, I guess it's why you're here. We will have some more, but it's quite a majority of companies had experienced trade barriers. Just fill it in. We will collect information. We go ahead. Have you lost a businesses because of trade barriers? Yes, no, I don't know. Then it was a relevant answer. I don't know. That's good. But still, yes, it's an obvious problem. But it's really interesting that you see, I don't know, if you have or not. What's the first word you think of related to trade barriers? One word, and we will have a word cloud. TBT, business, costs. Problems, obviously. Governments. Both business and governments. Problems, duty, anti-dump, administration. We all love that. Just fill it in. Which country or region do you mainly relate to when it comes to trade barriers? It's the first country you bear in mind. Egypt, Norway. We actually talked about that, yes. I think we have some Norwegian representatives, but we love each other, so this is not provocative. India, China, Egypt, Colombia, Africa as a whole region. It is quite a range of countries. Finally, do you know about the portal Access to Markets? Honestly. Yes, no. Also, yeah, maybe. It's all about marketing and name. Very good. So there we have just a start. And I would like to then present Ms. Simona Pinto, Trade Policy Officer at the EU Commission, and we will get into depth on access to markets. Please, Ms. Pinto, stage is yours.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with the participant online. My name is Simona Pinto. I am a market access expert in Digitrade, and I am also a case handler in the single entry point. So not good for me to know that more than the majority of the Swedish companies are not aware of the single entry point. Mr. Redonnet already explained a lot about the new tools that we launched 2 years ago to help companies to better get the benefit out of the trade agreement, but also to report us all barriers or new barriers that you face into the markets. It is important for us that you contact the Commission on this. Okay. It is important for us that you contact the Commission on the barriers that you may face in third countries, because only with improving our information sharing between us and companies or EU stakeholders, we can try to minimize the impact that they have on your business. So in 2020, the Digitrade appointed the first Chief Trade Enforcement Officer, who you met today, to strengthen the implementation of the agreement, but also to ensure that the trade partners respect their commitment under this agreement. Mr. Redonnet quoted a lot the increasing protectionism we are facing worldwide. And so each single EU company is facing more and more new barriers in third countries. For that reason, under the City of Steering, we launched in 2020, we launched 2 new tools which are specifically addressing the EU stakeholders, which is the single entry point for complaint on new barriers and the access to market platform, which luckily half of the Swedish company are already visiting. So let me go a little bit more in details on what these two are, why we launched them. So the single entry point is, since 2020, is the only contact point in Digitrade for all EU stakeholders that intend to report a new barrier they're facing on third markets to the Commission. So it's not a functional mailbox. It's a team of expert colleagues in Digitrade that is there for you to receive your complaint, to get in touch with you, to provide you a face, a name, and address in Digitrade, which act as referent for all the assessment period process of the Commission on your complaint. So I am a case handler in the single entry point. Every complaint coming to me or Europe or in the Eastern neighborhood will be automatically assessed to me, given to me. I will get in contact with the complainant. I will explain the complainant who I am, what I do. I will try to understand from the complaint a little better what the issue is, and in case there are information needed, we can exchange on the information needed, and we can ask more information for the complainant. And then I work together with the case team. So this is a team of expert colleagues in Digitrade, which are legal colleagues, legal experts, sectorial experts, geographical experts, IPR experts, or service experts, whatever is needed. So we all work together on the complaint to assess what the issue is, to conclude whether that issue is a breach on international or bilateral agreements, and if it impacts on the EU interest. So at the end of this process, we conclude that this is a barrier, this is not a barrier. We set up next steps to address that barrier with the third country, but it's my role to go back to the complainant and to explain the final conclusion of our assessment, why we reached this final conclusion, and what are the next steps that the Commission intends to do to go there. So what we did, we launched a new streamlined process to give a strong and fast follow-up to your complaint and to reach a conclusion whether this represents a barrier or does not represent a barrier. So how you can contact us? It's very, very easy. The single entry point, you can launch a complaint at a single entry point through the platform Access to Market. You can either scan the code or you just Google Access to Market in from every browser, and you are brought to the main page of the Access to Market, where a dedicated section is there for you to contact the single entry point. You can either decide to submit the complaint form directly online, or Mr. Redonnet anticipated to you, this is a very good option that we provide to all kind of company, but especially to small and medium company. You can request us to have a pre-notification contact with us. That means that you don't need to submit the formal complaint by yourself. You can exchange with us in advance. So you can discuss with us what your concerns are, what country is concerned, what kind of information you already have available, what kind of information we need from you before you submit the complaint. And we also are able and available to you to guide you step by step in filling in the complaint form. This is for us of much importance, and we encourage you to do that, because we are often reported that companies, especially the small ones, are afraid that the complaint form is too complicated for them. They need the legal support to do that. Be assured it's not like that. The market access complaint form is not a legal complaint. It's just a report you do to the Commission on what you are facing on a new barrier, what your exports are facing. And please come to us. We will help you through the whole process, and we are there for you. That's very important for us. We are receiving an increasing number of requests of contacts, and I must say that half of them result in a satisfactory way to address company, to the member states, or rather to our delegation, to solve a problem which they're facing, let's say, on a single shipment or a single product, which is not really an EU barrier, but can be resolved very quickly and very fastly with a direct activity on local activity by our delegations. So the official way to inform us about an issue you're facing country is to submit a complaint. The complaint form can be submitted only online. There is a specific section in the Access to Market I will show you soon afterward. And very simply, you go on the main page. This is the banner that brings you to the complaint form. What we usually recommend for you to first check in the registered barrier. Most of the complaints we receive concern already existing barrier. And this means that the Commission is already aware of that and already active on that. So you don't need to officially complain on something which we are already aware of and we are already trying to solve. But if you're facing a new barrier, if you don't find your issue registered in the database, you just click on the single entry point, contact point, and you are brought to different market access complaint form. You can complain on market access issues. You can even complain on sustainability violation. So the form is quite extensive. It's quite intuitive, at least from our side. But we also reported that the information that we request are too many. Let me clarify a little bit on this. This form is intended for all EU stakeholders use them and to submit a complaint. It is intended for small companies, but also for large companies, for a business association, for member states. And of course, the level of information we expect varies largely depending if it is a small company or it is a member state. So the set of information we are asking in the complaint form are the basic information that the Commission need to have to assess whether there is a legal breach, whether there is an economic impact on the EU exports, whether that's represented barrier or not. But we are not asking the complainant to submit all the information. So what it is in the form. In the form you will find a disclaimer which tell you which are the mandatory fields. That's marked with a red asterisk. Mandatory fields are very few, and they are on top of the complaint form. And that is the concern information that all exporting companies have. That is the name of the company, the EU member states where they are set up, the code of the products, the measure against which they are complaining. That can be a new legal regulation, or rather a customer request, or any kind of obstacle you are facing at the moment, and a short description on how this measure is impacting on your export. Is that the first time that your shipment stopped at the port, or is new request by your importers, or there is a new draft law which is already implemented there and we are not aware of. So this is very important for us, because sometimes we receive complaint where the complainant just inform us, oh, my last shipment is stopped in this port. And you can guess, how can the Commission understand why? So to provide us with the reason, or what the reason you receive from the third country, is very important to start very efficiently the process. Because Mr. Redonnet told you a little bit about the process. I will detail it better. This is a short map of it. This process can take from 1 week to several months. It depends on the information that are made available to the Commission and that which the Commission has. Of course, we don't rely on you to get the information. We have our own intelligence. We have our delegation on the ground. So we work a lot to fully assess the measure. But we need your help. The more information you provide, the more evidence you provide, the faster will be the process to assess whether this is a barrier and to address it. Because the final scope is not to register it in a database, it's just to get in touch with the third country and try to solve it with the third country. So when a complaint is submitted by complainant, with or without pre-notification contact, which are on voluntary basis, the case team internal to Digitrade activate all the channel we have to get all the information to assess whether this is a legal breach or not. Once we have done it, we reach a conclusion on that barrier. We inform the whole house that the conclusion was this is a barrier, and we set a plan of next action to take. The Commission doesn't go directly to the WTO. There are a set of actions that start from discussing this with the third country, asking for clarification, raising it at committee level, raising it at TBT level. So we escalate a little bit until we reach the final legal action. But what we really need is in between you cooperate with us. So the case handler in the single entry point, since the first moment we get in touch, we remain in contact with you for all the assessment process. We will exchange with you, we will ask more information from you, or we will inform you, look, we received this other information, maybe from another member state or another company. Are you aware of this? Is this impacting on you as well? So we try to have a full overview of what's going on the barrier. And at the end, it is the single country case handler that will contact you and conclude on and inform you on the conclusion of the assessment of your complaint. The complaint is then registered in the barrier register in A2M to make all the other EU companies aware that there is a new barrier with that their countries when they are facing, that they may face also when exporting. So you heard a lot talking about also the access to market platform. Let me explain a little bit why we wanted this portal. I'm aware that the Swedish are making good use of it, but I don't know if all of you are aware what is it. This is an online tool that was launched 2 years ago for us to improve information sharing with the stakeholders on the benefit of the agreement. Everything you may need is in this portal. It provides you with information on export, import, and intra-EU trade in 135 export markets and from all the other countries. And the scope of this portal was to be a little bit different from the member states portal. There are a lot of trade information portal from member states, but what we really wanted was to provide all legal background in a practical language, translated in all the EU language and with easy access. So you can find, everyone can access the portal. This is free of charge. All visitors, both in the EU and outside the EU, can search the database. Just keep in mind that this is intended for the EU companies. So all the information you find, you may search, are related to EU import and EU export. We often receive requests from importers in Japan, or your importers in Japan. Can I search export from Japan to China? No. Only an EU company can do a search EU Japan or EU China and the way back. So I know that you don't like too much maps, but those are the main information which are provided in the database. The database is really, really extensive. It's daily updated. All the information which are there, we have a contractor that regularly update all the information. And on this, we also ask for your contribution because we are not on the spot. You are on the spot. So whenever you find that information is not updated or there is something missing, please contact the single entry point, contact the access market team, and we will go to the contractor and improve the database accordingly. And that's very important for us to have your contribution to that on that. So this is the main part. As I told you, the main scope of this tool, or the initial scope of this tool, was to provide companies with all the available information on the FTA agreements. So you find there all the negotiated agreements in a practical language, and you can also access the full text of the agreement, and you can have full access also on the provision on the different chapter of the agreement. So everything is there in transparency. You start from understanding what this agreement is, what has been negotiated, and then you reach this main page of the Access to Market platform where everything is available online. The page has a very clear layout. It's very intuitive. We provide you with many tools. My colleagues and expert colleagues will connect with you soon after my presentation to show you some example of live surfing this database. But everything you need is on a main page. You can do your search by topics. You just go on the top of the main page. So you search for goods, service, investment, markets, toolbox, contacts, and you are brought to the full description of what it is, what you need to get started, and more and more. Or you can do a direct search on your product, just inputting the code and the name. The country of origin, the country of destination, and you're brought to the page which is not general information, but is only for your specific product and only for your specific destination. And that is something we are very proud of. This My Trade Assistance is the most used tool in the whole platform. I will give some figures to you later on, but this is customized. So it's not just going in a database and having general information on import-export of a sector to a country, but it's just for your product. And in this same section, in My Trade Assistant for Goods, we have you can access the ROSA tool, which is the Rules of Origin Self-Assessment tool. This is also very, very important, because in the main result of your search, when you use the Trade Assistant, when you use the Trade Assistant, the results of this search will bring you to a page where you can consult all the different information you may need, including the rules of origin tool and the rules of origin comparator. So what is this tool? This tool is in very intuitive and easy assistance to which bring you step by step through a list of questions to finally assess if your product qualify for the tariff preference under that agreement. So again, it's not providing you a table of general tariff preference negotiated with the countries, but it applies to your specific product code. So it's very tailored. And in the same section, you find also all documents that you need to prove the origin of your product under that specific agreement. So you don't only get an idea of if your product qualify, but you also get access to all the documents you need to fill in to prove that the origin of your product. This is also the most used tool. This platform was launched in 2020, and we are always improving it because of the needs of our users, our visitors, but also because of the geographical and political context. So last year, we added three more My Trade Assistant tools, which are related to the services, procurement, and restriction imposed by Russia and Belarus. If you search with My Trade Assistants, you will find out all the requirements that you need to comply with when exporting your service in a third country. And for the moment, this applies only to Canada and UK and to the legal and maritime services, but more will be improved during this year. With My Trade Assistant for procurement, you can find out whether you can participate to a given government procurement tender in third countries. And finally, My Trade Assistant for restriction was launched June last year to make available all the information on export tariff restrictions and prohibition by Russia and Belarus, which may affect your intended import into the EU. So this is mostly used for raw materials, for instance, in this moment, and where you can understand if it's possible to import what you need from Belarus and Russia. Those are some figures which we are very much proud of. As you can see, the origin assessment tool is the most hit in the whole platform, which is really useful. And let's focus finally on the last numbers. We provide regular training on the use of the platform. This is only an introduction, but we regularly provide trainings, how you can surf it, what happens if you click here, you click there, where do you find information. And we also provide this training in multi-language session. The next one will be in July, and all the requests can be done also in Swedish. We have the best trainer we can have in Digitrade on this platform that was there since the launching of the platform. And I guess it should be connected with me to provide you with this example, how to surf the database and what you get when you choose a button rather than another one. I don't know if Sol is online.
Yes, we see if we have Sol with us.
I am. Just let me share.
Okay, so let me introduce you to Sol Golding, which is our trainer, expert trainer in Digitrade on the platform.
Just want to confirm if you can see the screen already.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Simona, for the kind introduction. And I wish to thank everybody for the kind invite as well today for this very important event that we are very lucky to be doing. You've heard from many colleagues and very interesting interventions. And I think not to take up too much of your time, but to give you a bit of a practical flavor of the tool, I'd like to just spend about 7 minutes, 8 minutes, just to show you around, just to kind of complement exactly what Simona has described in her very thorough presentation. Just another point on me. So I work in the Access to Markets team. And I'd like to reiterate on Simona's few points as well, that we are very proud of this tool, and we are very hopeful that you find such market access days and these sort of overviews and trainings extremely useful. And we're here for you if you need any questions answered or any sort of guidance. I'll show you how to contact us as well directly. So without further ado, here we have our main homepage on the Access to Markets platform. So when you enter the homepage, you're greeted with quite a lot of drop-down menus, quite a lot of information. Of course, our 4 main tools here, which I will give you a short overview of in a moment, by way of actually showing you how to search within our Trade Assistant for Goods and ROSAM. What else do you see here? You have a bit of news. So we have a news little box that comes up to explain a bit new updates. So you're always kept in the loop of any of our new additions. We have our single entry point page, our existing trade barriers page, which I will show you at a later moment. But also, quite interestingly, we have our latest updates on tariffs, formalities, and taxes. And as you can see, these are from today updated. These are from yesterday and the day before updated, and again from today. So these are, as Simona has explained, it is a tool that is constantly being updated and let's say seen to, so that the information is not outdated. So it gives you the best option to check on new updates that may affect you in your business with Serbia or Peru or whichever. We also have another news site here, which gives you just a bit the overview too, and to keep you again in the loop on different events that have happened or key news items, which is quite interesting, because like that you can also see a bit kind of what are the trends, what is happening, and you know, you keep yourself in the know. If we navigate here, we are brought to a few different functionality buttons, like kind of these bubbles for which you can click to bring you to certain parts of our website. So I'll actually already show you the trade agreements, existing trade barriers, the focus on SMEs as well within this little short runaround of the tool. But what I would like to say as well is you can actually access this portal in different languages, for which you find most usable and which suits you the best, which is done in a way to make this very accessible for our users. Okay, so what is this My Trade Assistant? What can you do? How do you work it? So essentially, it is an interactive search function. You can do this by product name. So you may see in the small drop-down menu some that have kind of pre-populated. So it comes here: apples, mineral water, cheese, etc. You choose the country from which you would like to export from, and you choose the country for which you would like to import to. You can also do that the reverse. So you can pick here, I don't know, Belgium, let's say, Sweden, to Canada, Singapore, South Korea, whichever you wish, to get a bit the idea too of the results that you need. So just in the interest of time, I've already pre-populated a search function. So by this example, I actually put the HS code for dry cleaning machines, just because why not? And for this example, I said from Canada to Sweden. So what would that be? It's an import to the EU example. And what sort of, results do you expect to receive from doing such a search? Well, essentially you get an overview of the tariffs that are applicable. And again, you see here, this was last updated on the 15th of March. So like that, or if there's any change, if there's anything that needs to be notified or make sort of our users aware, these are updated very, very frequently. So because we have a free trade agreement with Canada, you are able to benefit from the tariff preference. Now, also, to do that, you will have to check on our the rules of origin self-assessment tool, which both Mr. Redonnet and Simona have also discussed. But essentially, it is a very easy to use, simple in its functionality questionnaire. And it will offer you the chance to fill out some questions and to see if you will qualify for either the lower or zero preferential tariff under our agreement with Canada. And for example, you're able to read through the questions here because the product should actually be wholly obtained in Canada. Normally, if you want to benefit from such rules, but maybe you don't know this, that's fine. You actually are brought to the rules under the agreement itself, and you'll be able to actually see which article is the one that affects this product. You're able to read that up yourself and think to yourself, okay, maybe I don't, maybe this doesn't apply to me. Maybe I need to look at a different HS code, etc. So, okay, let's just say like that, it's wholly obtained. For example, as I say, you get an understanding of quite technical terms that maybe you don't understand yourself. There's the territoriality principle explained, for example. And it goes like that. So the whole way through the process, you're able to check. You can say, okay, this is yes or this is no, etc., etc. And as I say, this is a very short overview, but I've just done it to show that, okay, based on my answers, the product is originating in Canada. Therefore, you probably will be able to benefit from the tariff preference. It also goes to different questions here about your transport options and which documents you may need. And it goes into a very great level of detail. Now, there's one caveat that we would like to, what we always discuss is that this is not a legally binding assessment. Of course, this is to give you an idea and to understand the best practice for which you may have to abide by in order to, get the product from Canada to the EU. But the ROSA tool itself is not actually legally binding. I just look at the time again, I'm just a bit wary of that. So I just jump out of the ROSA and just show you a bit, basically back to my dry cleaning machines, a bit about the taxes. For example, you see that here, or there where you sit in Sweden, it's 25%. So what we do is there, as Simona has explained, these are all uniquely bespoke answers based on the question, based on the product name, country to, and country from that you input. So say, for example, you wanted to enter France, the French VAT will be there. It gives you the idea of what actually you need, okay? And that's done on the EU level for all member states. We also have the import requirements giving you the idea of what you should do in terms of invoices, what customs value declarations you may need, the legislation that is applicable in that circumstance. You get a bit the idea of what insurance you may directly need itself. You get a bit of the idea of the documents needed for the single administrative documents, and actually in some of them as well, you have an actual example. If I can find here in the specific, because of course a machine such as a dry cleaning machine will have specific labeling requirements or energy parameters it needs to abide by in order to be put on the EU market, and here you get the idea. Another idea that is nice for you to understand is that actually there are statistics that you can look at. So say you're having an idea of what is the trade flow? Is this maybe an interesting market I want to get into? Is this a good exportation? Here you can see. But okay, I'm just going to jump ahead real quick. I did also a specific example for export to non-EU, so from Sweden to Singapore, but it follows the same rationale. You see here that we have, of course, a preferential rate based on the agreement that's in place. You see again your tariffs, which are under the specific HS code. For this, I just chose mineral water. You get a bit the idea of the rules of origin that you need to abide by, taxes, trade barriers, trade flow statistics, etc., etc. Now, quickly, I will show you a bit the idea that Simona had explained about the barriers. So what happens is we have our Chief Trade Enforcement Officer, Mr. Redonnet. We also have our team of case handlers in the single entry point. We have our single entry point system for complaints. What happens in the end if your complaint turns into a barrier? Well, it will be listed in this area of the website. So I can do here a search for C, for example, and you see all of the ones that are under Canada. You see what is under Peru, and that's the level of detail you understand. So it gives a very thorough overview of the barriers that are in place. Maybe this is also interesting if, like how I showed the statistics page, you want to get involved in a certain market and you think, okay, maybe it's best that I understand if there are any barriers to the importation or exportation of the good that are already in place. For our total newbies, let's call it, we have guides as well, how to export. We also have how to import, and they were all in our goods section. So very interesting level of detail put into this. You actually have a bit of a questionnaire with links to the Chambers of Commerce, talking about suppliers, who you can contact in the European enterprise networks, national customs authorities. There's a lot. So you really can get the idea of how do I benefit from our FTAs or EPAs through the importation. We've shown you and talked about the single entry point, but this is just a bit the overview of our page for that. And I'll bring you to the contact page, which is very interesting because this is where you can launch a complaint on market access. There's guidelines, there's examples, etc., that you can look for. Now, you can also launch this through, you can launch complaints through this platform for International Procurement Instrument, for breaches of the Trade and Sustainable Development chapters of FTAs, for the General Scheme of Preferences. You can also contact us if you say, okay, look, I found something incorrect on the website, contact us, we can take a look. And it's quite an intuitive form. Anything that is in red marked, that is mandatory, but you see the level is not so much. We would like for you to give as much as you can to best assess, but we're there to help you and to talk and discuss. And then let's have a look very quickly. Last page is our services for small and medium enterprises, which, as you know, is one of the most populous groups in the EU or in general worldwide. So we have a lot of individual pages here that you can have a look at, down to geographical focus. So you have the EU-Japan Centre for Industrial Cooperation, the support in the South Asian markets, but also you have overviews of the SME chapters and trade agreements, our partnerships with regional trade help desks from International Trade Center, on Eastern Partnership, which focuses on Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, or on the Euromed, for example. And again, you can always contact us for any questions on SMEs. We'll be glad to discuss and to help as much as possible. And the last thing I'll show is our events page. So we have quite a lot of events, and I hope some of you have been before. If not, I would warmly wish to welcome you to one in the future. Our process is that we do it probably once a quarter, in the sense that we would do a big training held at in DG Trade, and online, free, with no cost, nothing. And normally we would be able to benefit our users even more by offering it in different languages. So you see here our one on the 7th of February had interpretation into 5 languages from English. So normally we should be able to do one by summer. So we will keep you posted, and to always look up and keep in the loop on such events, please check on the events page. With that, I'm again very conscious of time, so I'd just like to jump off now, and I will stop sharing indeed, potentially best. And yes, just want to reiterate one more time our thanks.
Yeah, put yourself on the screen, so.
Sorry, I thought I was on the screen. No, okay.
Yes,
so very
welcome.
good. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I just want to say thank you very much again, and just reiterate that we are here should you need any questions answered or any guidance. We'd be very happy to help you out in that aspect. And wishing you all a very good coffee and lunch and rest of the day.
No, you stay here for the question for questions.
So
yeah,
thank you very much, Sol,
you will never leave you.
Simona. See here, without running too much over time, but if there are any questions, are there? Yes, we have one question here.
Thank you. My name is Alexandra von Essen, and I work at Trantor International, and we are a medium-sized company group worldwide. And our biggest problem, I think this tool, this is new news for me, and that's really good. I think there are a lot of people that will use it, but our main problem in the smaller businesses, at least, is that we have problems on calculating how much value of Swedish origin the heat exchanger has, for instance. We have different components inside to the heat exchanger, our product, and it's difficult to calculate. We have to do this by hand to find out if it's Swedish origin or not. And I know, since I've been on many courses here at Swedish Chambers of Commerce, that there are lots of medium-sized companies that have problems to find the country of origin of their product. Is there any help calculation product that you have inside here that we can use?
Sol, you're the biggest man in the room.
Oh.
On the screen.
See, I can't see the room, in fact, so I don't know what I'm seeing.
Oh, sorry.
But thank you very much for the question. I think, the best option would be if you maybe utilized our contact form, because and put this question into writing, because indeed we are able to give you an overview of the ROSA tool, for example, today. But there are actually colleagues that are working on this, and that is their daily expertise. And they will be much more best placed to help you with such a question rather than I would be now. So if you would, or if someone was able to take good note of the question and we can have a look at it in the future, or you use the contact form, I think that's probably the best option.
Yeah. May I ask if you already tried this tool? Because maybe, well, I would suggest to you to make an attempt to use the tool and then come to us and say, look, we had this specific need, or you need to improve on this. That would be very useful for us.
Each product is custom-made order, so we have different components on each. So we don't have, well, this is our typewriter, and this is a typewriter like this. Everyone is custom order made, so they are different with different components every time, and we produce about 7,000 a year, so we have to make them manually. So we are searching for some help to find out the country of origin for our products.
Thank you for raising this. This is for sure something we will report back to our colleagues to see how we can improve the use of this for your needs.
And I think due to time we need to take the break, but exactly as you said, Saul, if we could collect questions either to the Chamber or National Board of Trade, I will tell you later that in the thanks mail after this meeting, you will get the contact details. And we have also discussed, Simona, exactly that we will make follow-up on specific questions. And I think we could have you here a lot.
Yes. Hope this very broad presentation of the tools was some help for you, but please use the tools. Please come to the single entry point, contact the A2M colleagues, because the tools are efficient if you use them and you use them with us. So otherwise we just put another website online, and that's not our scope. That's intended for you.
Yes. So thank you very much, Saul. And Miss Simona.
Thank you.
Pinto. We have now time for a break until 11 o'clock. You will have coffee, tea, I hope some cake just around the corner here. You could just move around. We'll be a bit tighter now, but for lunch it will be a bigger room. So we start again with a really exciting panel at 11. Thank you very much. Så sitter vi. So, very welcome back. I just have to ask first, was the cake okay? Was it great? Yes. You were more awake in the morning, but okay. Because actually she runs a bakery as well in restaurants. You basically have to scream okay. But anyhow, very welcome back. And for this section, we will now listen to EU Commission experts, and we will have a really exciting panel of companies. And I would love to have this panel on my own, but I won't. So I will introduce Miss Carolina Dackö from Mannheimer Swartling law firm, specialized very much in trade within export controls, customs law, and I would say a very frequent guest here at the chamber. And also you have a very relevant background because you have several years of experience from Brussels. And we have seen that this connection is, well, we knew before, but it's really important. So the perfect background to introduce all the speakers for this section. Please, Miss Carolina Dackö, and applause. Like this.
Thank you so much, Jesper. And I must say I'm super excited to be here today. As Jesper mentioned, 10 years in Brussels as a young lawyer. It was some time ago, but this connection between the institutions, governments, decision-making bodies, and companies, the importance, the buzz of Brussels, and it's here today. So just take the opportunity and talk to the Commission. This is a really nice reach-out session. I want to thank also Per-Arne and Denis and Simona for their really great presentations, giving this high-level picture of what we need. And to connect to that, I think this panel will be excellent when we come to the company speakers. As Denis said, he wanted to feel the economic fabric, and we have three excellent examples of the economic fabric here of global companies. You will be impressed by their size and reach, both on the reality of working under free trade agreements, contact points with institution, how important that is, especially in crisis modes, but also for SMEs. And I'm looking at Lars, Susanne, and Charlotte, who you'll be meeting in a second after the Commission has spoken. But today's panel is about the US and India. So we're going to deep dive there, and we prepared a really good session for you. So we're going to kick off with talking to Pauline Weinzler from the European Commission, a deputy head of unit in the section for the US and Canada, European Commission DG Trade. Do we have you on the line, Pauline? Hi, welcome. We can't hear you.
I hope you can hear me. So
perfect.
Now I switch on the microphone.
Great.
You hear me?
Yes,
Good.
we hear you perfectly. So, Pauline, you'll introduce the very high-intensive work today with that the European Commission is doing with the US on resolving a number of issues. And then we will come back to you after we've had introduced the company panel, and we'll ask you more questions and you can comment then. So the floor is yours, Pauline, to introduce the work with the US.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Carolina, and good morning to all of you. I wish I could be there in the room. It's always a lot more fun to engage directly, I think. But hey, I think we've all gotten used to by now doing it like this, and it also helps us come closer together and get more people together. And I think just to say that it's a really good opportunity to engage with all of you today. And as Carolina just said, you know, this is also really important for us to hear from you, hear how you feel about engaging with the Commission, how things are working for you, in this case, in the United States in particular. And so I will give you a quick introduction a little bit on the state of play of our US-EU trade relations and, of course, on the particular issues we see right now for longer term already and new ones, and how do we engage about them with the US, and then we can go into more issues, of course, in the discussions. I mean, the EU and US trade and investment and economic relationship is really central to a lot of the things we do here. It's clear. It's the strongest, one of our strongest strategic partners and allies politically and economically. And of course, we have a very difficult, challenging geopolitical and economic situation right now, including the war in Ukraine and the increasing tensions between the US and China. And this is also driving some of the problems we may be seeing that are affecting European companies. It's a complex US domestic political situation. We had midterm elections, but we're of course getting closer to next year's presidential election. And we're really seeing a continued risk of domestic policy choices in the US creating new barriers that are affecting our companies and the global trading system. And I'm sure, we will talk some more about the Inflation Reduction Act, which has become quite the elephant in the room of our trade relations. You may have seen also that President von der Leyen and President Biden held talks last Friday in Washington to ensure that we can move forward on pragmatic solutions of some of the concerns we have there. Just to recap a little bit where we are economically before I go into detail on the IRA, on the Inflation Reduction Act, or on other barriers. I mean, our trade in total goes up to more than 1 trillion euros when we look at 2021 figures. And it's really going up again now, also following the pandemic and all of that on goods. I mean, we just had the most recent figures and they're really high. I mean, the US remains our largest partner for EU goods exports. Just for you to know that ranges, of course, a lot between member states. So I think Sweden last year accounted in total for 3.5% of overall EU goods exports, and a lot of exports and services as well. The US actually accounts for more than 20% of EU exports and services. Just so you see how important this really is. And this bilateral trade investment supports a lot of jobs. Around 16 million jobs are indirectly supported in the EU and US, and more than 9 million people are directly employed because of trade investment. But, having said that, I think we encounter a lot of issues as well. And I mean, some of them are very specific and some are really horizontal. And that's also, the challenge on how do we engage with the US to tackle that. Currently, I mean, you've heard today already, I think, a lot about our dedicated tools on tackling market access problems and the database we have, the workflow, the access to market tools. We currently have 24 specific barriers registered, pending, if you like, with the European Union that have been raised also by industry. And as I said, I mean, some of them are very specific. I mean, in particular, for example, in the field of food exports, I mean, we have issues when it comes to meat, citrus fruits, or Spanish olives, for example. So that's sometimes very specific. But then we also have some barriers that are really horizontal in the United States. And one of the most famous one of those is the Buy American Act, which relates to how the federal level in the US can buy publicly, so public procurement, and where we have a lot of local content requirements. So, they cannot buy goods that are exported from the EU in that respect. And this is something, that we need to engage on continuously. Another good example, because I know we have also, of course, interest in that field, the Jones Act, for example, which affects the shipping sector and maritime transport and makes it that domestic transport in the US can only be done by US-built, owned, and crewed vessels, for example. Those are the big kind of things that we engage on. And another example of that large horizontal issue is for the Inflation Reduction Act, which I already mentioned, which creates, doesn't close the market as such, but means that large, powerful incentives, subsidies can only be tapped in if the products, if the companies are produced in the US or with US content. And all of that, of course, creates problems. It creates distortions in our trade and investment. So, what do we do about that? How do we work with the US? How do we work with you? I think just to remind ourselves of a very important fact when we're talking about EU-US trade relations, we currently do not have a bilateral free trade agreement with the US. We do trade under the rules of the World Trade Organization. And some barriers or some problems we have may actually be in violation of those rules. And sometimes we have also engaged with the US in the WTO under dispute settlement to try and solve them. But very often, these barriers are something that is not illegal as such. The Buy American Act is a good example. And it means we have to work with them bilaterally to address it and find ways we can do that. We have our own delegation in the US and our teams there, but member states also, of course, have a presence. We have to build these kind of channels of communication. And one important thing that we have, of course, done in the last 2 years is to set up the Trade and Technology Council with the US as a vehicle also for engagement. And that includes, for example, a working group where we should also look at trade barriers and, more structurally how to facilitate trade. Now, the important thing, I think, is that we really rely on industry, on companies to push new ideas of how we can engage or find ways to address issues, and also on really telling us what is the real issue at stake. And I mean, that means sometimes that we need very, very detailed input. Let me give you an example. I mean, now we've been engaging a lot with the US on our concerns over the IRA. And there we've looked really deep into electric vehicles and battery production. So, our companies had to also give us information on what do they need to have an open battery supply chain. How do we define the battery content? What are the critical minerals that are essential? Where do our companies source them? And what might be the effect of the IRA on that? And I think you can only drive solutions if we get that very detailed input. So that may sometimes be very sensitive data and information, but we need that to be in a position to also push our American counterparts to find solutions. So I would today be interested to hear from you also how you see your role in that process, whether you feel comfortable and sufficiently empowered to engage with us when you have an issue in the US. And maybe to say just that, very often with the US, it depends also a lot on what kind of barrier we're facing. I already told you the spectrum a little bit between phytosanitary problems on a very specific product and these broad political barriers. And I think, with some of them, we will need to engage at a very political level in order to solve it. I take an example. The Trump administration had imposed tariffs on steel and aluminium. And in order to get them to lift that, we really needed a high-level political agreement. And we're still engaged now in finding a permanent solution and negotiating that. And similar with the Inflation Reduction Act, we ended up also setting up a high-level task force to ultimately drive solutions. But having said that, I think the backbone to all of that is really the working level and what we can do with companies to give us the information and to give us the expertise also that is needed. So I think I will leave my introduction at that, just to say that we have a really good opportunity at the moment to work on positive solutions with the US, and to also shape further how we engage through the Trade and Tech Council.
Thank you so much, Pauline, and I'm happy. I think you almost answered one of the questions that we will be asking you later, but this momentum, what is the feeling with the US? But let's get back to that, that there might be actually a good seize the moment opportunity. And I'm looking at the audience here live, but also in online, that really take this opportunity to get in contact and, like Simona said, to talk about the issues and get the assistance. Now we'll turn to India. Online, we have Dominika Svozilova, who is a trade policy officer. There we go. Hi, Dominika.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. And you're calling in from India, I understand, right?
No. I'm calling. I'm attending from Brussels,
Okay,
but in the middle of the negotiating round of the free trade agreement.
Yes. So you have a heated. That's why I thought it was India, but you have a heated, intense moment now negotiating. So you'll get lots of input, I think, from our panel later on. But please tell us, where are we with the FTA negotiations, and what do you see in front of you?
So first of all, thank you very much for having me. As Pauline said, this is somehow a positive consequence of COVID that I can take a while in the middle of rather intense negotiations. I can take a while apart and attend such an event. And it is the same for our Indian colleagues who participate in the fourth FTA round remotely. So we have 40 colleagues 40 Indian colleagues who are present in Brussels. And in a hybrid mode, we have another probably 40, 50 Indian colleagues connecting remotely. So these are the advantages. So it's good to be with you today. I will maybe take it the other way around than starting with the free trade agreement. I will start with the overview of market access issues, if I may. I think this is somehow at the core, or it's very, very close to heart of many people probably in the room. It's also possibly the market access issues are also possibly the reason why trade between India and the EU is still rather moderate. It's around 2.1% of the EU trade, which is not enormous for the size of the country. So I will focus first of market access issues, and then I will tell you something about the link to free trade agreement negotiations and the recently established Trade and Technology Council. So the situation of market access issues and market access cases it's not great, I must admit. We have a rather high number of cases in our database, more than 30. They are dominated by standards. We have 10 barriers related to standards. And among those, the infamous quality control orders that have been proliferating since around 2019. There are around 460 in place in India, imposing or sort of heavy procedures, certification requirements on a wide range of products, going from batteries, tires, tubes, kids' toys, and whatever you can think of. We have also a number of trade barriers related to SPS, so sanitary and phytosanitary issues, long-term pending market access applications from member states, or duplication of import requirements. Another barriers concern duties and taxes. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to resolve any of these issues in 2022. We had some progress on one quality control order on safety glass, whose entry into application was delayed. Or we had one minor success of lowering 10% of export duties in hides and skins. It's laborious. It's not great news, but it's not because we would not be trying. I can assure you. We have been, as you can understand, very active on these issues, because we understand the importance and the impact that these have on EU companies. So we are regularly in contact with the Indian authorities. Our EU delegation is at the forefront of our efforts, being regularly in contact with the relevant authorities. We have been raising these issues, obviously, in Geneva, in the relevant committees on TBT, SPS, import licensing, etc. And also, we have this bilateral strand, which is based on the 1994 cooperation agreement with India that we have in place, and that introduced institutional structure with trade commission and TBT committee and wide range of committees that normally are used to discuss these issues, but these have not met since 2020. I must admit, because the resources of both sides are focusing on the free trade agreement negotiations, obviously. So this makes me go to the free trade agreement. So the decision to resume the negotiations on the free trade agreement were taken in May 2021. The negotiations were put on hold in 2013, as you might know. And practically the negotiations resumed before the summer last year. Since then, we have had 3 full rounds of negotiation. As I was saying, we are just in the middle, right in the middle today of the 4th round here in Brussels. We are planning still to have another one before the summer, trying to go fast, because the deadline that we were given, and which is still formally the deadline for the conclusion of the negotiations, is end of this year. Even if it starts looking increasingly unrealistic, because the task that we have been given is rather huge, and both sides need time to somehow get closer, because the gap between the ambition of the two sides is rather big for the time being. Even if work is going fine and both sides are very involved, as I said, India sent a large number of colleagues to Brussels for negotiations, and they are ready to discuss all of our text proposals, which are, by the way, available on the website of DG Trade. The objective of the agreement is to cover a wide range of issues, to be ambitious and comprehensive, ensure meaningful market access for both sides, and agree on rules, on important rules on TBT, SPS, digital trade and sustainable development, and other In particular, as regard market access issues, if we are successful on TBT and SPS, this might help possibly improve the situation for EU companies trying to access the market or operating on the Indian market, because the aim is obviously to streamline the import procedures, certifications, SPS market access applications, etc. As I said, there is also a Trade and Technology Council that was established formally 6th of February. We are currently preparing the first meeting of the 3 working groups which make the Trade and Technology Council, which made the operational part of the Trade and Technology Council. As far as we are concerned, we are in charge of the working group 3 on trade, investment and resilient value chains. And market access issue, the idea is to move the discussion that is for the time being done in parallel to the free trade agreement negotiations, to move this to this working group 3, where we would have more time to dedicate to this number of market access issues. And also the fact that the Trade and Technology Council as such will be held at the ministerial level. We thought that it would be a good idea to elevate these issues at the ministerial level to gain momentum and try to move forward. So this is, from my side, an overview. We are obviously very dependent on the input from the industry. By the way, we are very often in contact with various industries. Currently, it can be twice a week, depending on the sectors. As the industry obviously know that these negotiations are ongoing, and their input is crucial. So we encourage you, or I encourage you, please, if you have anything to convey, be it orally now or in paper, through email, we are grateful for any input. Thank you.
Dominika. And Pauline, I think it's for both of them. Wonderful, thank you so much. Again, it's really good to hear the welcoming approach to getting information and getting in contact. And so now it's time to turn to our company panel. Today with us, we have 3 very distinguished guests. I'll start presenting them one by one. You're laughing, but you are. You should just take it. We have Susanne Jannesson from AB Volvo, legal counsel in public affairs. Just to give you a recap, the Volvo Group is Sweden's largest company and really a true multinational. It produces and sells heavy-duty vehicles. So we're talking trucks, buses, boat engines, engines at large, marine engines all over the world. The group sells to over 190 markets, and employs around 100,000 people globally. Correct. And for those outside of Gothenburg, we just want to remind everybody that this is not the passenger car company. It's the other one, the bigger one, maybe.
The real one.
The real one.
I see where Niklas is.
You're allowed to say that. Great. Next, we have Charlotte Niklasson, Public Director for Public Relations at Getinge. Getinge is a global medtech company from the town of Getinge, south of Sweden. It's now headquartered here in Gothenburg. And Getinge's products, so you know, include intensive care and cardiovascular life-saving equipment. You will all understand the importance of the equipment later when we talk about the COVID crisis, maybe. You sell globally and trade globally and have presence in over 135 countries or markets, depending on how you see it. And talking around a bit, you are one of the companies that has experienced in modern times the most trade barriers ever imposed, I would say, in what we'd say post-war times. But we'll get to that. Lars Karlsson, last but not least, of course, Global Head of Trade at Customs at Maersk. Maersk is an integrated logistics company and Denmark's largest company and one of the largest shipping operators in the world, right? Operating globally and provides services to 100 or so, depending, markets, and employs also 128,000 people. A warm applause, I would say, to our panel. And just to say, these are big multinationals. So when the industrial fabric and when Denis Redonnet wanted to have champions for free trade, you couldn't get it better served on a silver platter, I think, with this panel. And we'll put the Commission on the screen as well so we can see them maybe during the presentation and they can listen in, Dominique and Pauline, and we'll turn to you a little later. First, we'll start with some questions on India and later the US. So first topic, India, and we'll start with you, Charlotte. India is already a very important market, we understand. It's quite advanced in some sectors and has a large need for healthcare products and is dependent on imports. So you'll give us the brief background, but first, could you just give us a little hint on what is this COVID crisis, a trade barrier scenario we were talking about, and are there any lessons learned from that you can take and share with the audience?
Well, thanks so much, Carolina, and thanks to everyone in the audience for joining us today, and to the Commission and the Chamber of Commerce, not least, for organizing this day. I think it's a brilliant opportunity to be able for us as companies to interact with other companies in the audience, sharing our experiences with Swedish stakeholders and with the European Commission, really following up on their point on private-public interactions. And going forward from that, we are seeing as companies, as global companies today, a very fast-changing geopolitical situation. And these type of discussion becomes more and more relevant for us every day. And looking back a couple of years and months, we saw really hands-on how quickly the situation can change in terms of trade and market access. First, there was the COVID-19 situation, and then followed by the war in Ukraine. And as Carolina was mentioning, as a medical technology company producing ventilators on quite a few markets globally around the world, we unfortunately witnessed this firsthand, how imposed export restrictions or even bans and concrete border blockage were hindering us from delivering to markets really in desperate need of these ventilators. Creating, of course, a very difficult situation for medical equipment and for hospitals around the world. We had cargoes getting stuck from exports. We had customs problems and shipment capacities being limited or even blocked in certain harbors. But sort of coming out from this or almost being in the middle of it, we also witnessed some incredible examples of ad hoc and non-formalized support and cooperation among stakeholders being established very quickly. And this goes for in-between companies, sharing production support, supplies, even personnel working in our facilities around the world where other production were actually stopped. We also saw how trade organizations mobilized supports in gathering coordination structures. But one of the biggest takeouts from this time and continuously is really the importance of a sustainable discussion and relations between public bodies and private companies. Quick interactions by governments around the world really helped solve some distressful situations. We saw task forces being established by the European Commission. We saw government coordination all the way into the White House. And we saw embassy support releasing shipments in harbors almost by hand. So these are some incredible stories that I have been told from colleagues in Getinge around the world that I wanted to share with you today, and I'm sure many of you as companies have similar stories to share. So really continue on this private-public discussion to dig deeper into the problems we see is, of course, very relevant for us.
Boots on the ground, as Mr. Redonnet said, embassies helping out. That's a good image to keep in mind. What do you see now, if we look positively at India, what are the prospects for Getinge going forward, and regulatory challenges, going back to what was said here just earlier?
Well, India has really emerged as one of key markets for us. It's one of the top markets in terms of net sales, and India has, as we all know, a growing population by the day, and we also unfortunately see healthcare needs increase in the region. So for us, this is a very important market. But as was mentioned by the European Commission and by others today, we also see that there are some concrete problems in addressing sales and market in India today. We can see that the regulatory times from having a product being certified on the market takes a very long time. We can also see that, for example, there are certain or different bodies for a different type of product. So we can have a product being certified, but the battery to that product is actually placed under another public body for approval, meaning that we can have a product, a ventilator installed in a hospital, but there are no components to actually run that product because of different regulatory times. So that is a very practical problem that I guess we come back to. We can also see that the policies that are being released, similar to the Make in India policy, creates difficulties for us. We have quite high import duties compared to local companies, of course, but we could also see that we are not part of the public tenders as a global company or as an international company. Yeah. So these are some examples.
Yeah. And it was mentioned already before, public tenders, the importance of being certified to be able to have the market access. And that's a big market considering the healthcare sector in India growing.
It's a huge market.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Now I'm turning to you, Susanne. Volvo in India. You've been there for 25 years or so and have 2 production sites and 5,000 employees. That's already quite an important footprint. But I understand you also have some really hard live experience of working with India under existing FTAs. So this could give us a little insight in what will it become when we have an FTA? Will it work? Could you give us some insights, Susanne, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carolina, for that. And you're absolutely true. India is a very important market for us, and it's a very interesting market. First of all, I would just like to thank you as the previous speaker. It's a great opportunity to be here today. And I think this kind of interaction is more important than ever, considering the geopolitical situation we have. So thank you so much for this. Back to India. In this specific context then, if we discuss how it is to work under existing FTAs, we see that even if there is a signed FTA in place, sometimes we are asked to provide information that should not be needed due to the FTA. We also see in some cases that there is extra administration and longer processes. For example, when it comes to clearance lead times or approval processes for goods that are shipped under an FTA compared to non-FTA shipments. So this, of course, relates or then gives unnecessary delay in goods and also increased costs. So we see some kind of skepticism when it comes to applying FTAs. So if I should go into our challenges then. So this is just sort of the experience from that. The challenges we see is that often automotive is excluded by India from the FTAs. This means that we pay duty rates, we pay local taxes, which is not really positive for our business, of course. it would have been much better if they were included in the FTA. Another challenge that I would like to mention has already been mentioned, and that is the quality control order certification, a process that was introduced before and during COVID for the Indian standardization authorities to certify safety spare parts, such as safety glass or brake linings. Unfortunately, the Indian authority might have underestimated the amount of OEM spare parts that need to go through this certification process, because that is a huge amount. This could be actually a real challenge for the OEMs to comply if the authority does not manage to certify all these spare parts within a certain time. So I think those are just examples of challenges we have.
Great, and I look at Dominika, she's taking notes actively, so you see this works, this session. But I also wanted to ask you, well, we have the Commission on the line, a direct line. What would be your expectations? We talked about the TTC, and it's interesting to see the tactics here, but what would your expectations be on the Commission when they negotiate? Is it to try to solve everything, or?
Yes,
yes, of course.
No, but in general, we see in many markets some kind of over-regulation and protective approach when it comes to imported goods compared to locally produced goods. So our expectations, if I can make a wish list, first of all, simplified processes, limit the administration, remove existing technical barriers to trade. From a business perspective, we would of course foresee that all motor vehicles, components and parts are included and covered by the FTA, and that they benefit from full tariff
suspension.
Yes, exactly, dismantling, regardless of the specificities. Yeah. It should be 0 for 0 tariff from day one. Furthermore, and finally on this very short wish list then, to support decarbonization, we believe that we should also include electric vehicles and battery storage systems, because these components are usually not included in FTAs yet. So that would be really great if we could look into that as well.
And in line with the general idea of trying to decarbonize.
Yes,
so it's
exactly.
good for the environment
Exactly.
and climate. Thank you, Susan. Lars, I turn to you now. We have heard from two big companies. You're a big company, but you also have a touch point with other smaller companies. But just giving the magnitude of your involvement with India, I understand it's 1 in every 8 containers that enter India is actually managed.
Or leave. Yeah.
Or leave is managed by Maersk.
Correct.
So that's a very big footprint as well, isn't it? So how does, and I should put this politically correct, how does India compare to other countries when it comes to, for instance, customs procedures or clearance procedures? And do you have any good examples of what could be improved?
No, thank you very much, and let me also first echo my colleagues here of this opportunity to have this dialogue. I think it's great. European Commission, Swedish government, National Border Trade, of course, the Chamber of Commerce, because we need. I think the answer is this type of dialogue between business, between different type of stakeholders in the international supply chains, and these regulatory bodies that actually can do something about this. And of course, Maersk is not a Swedish company, as you mentioned. It's a Danish, Scandinavian international company. But just to make the connection with Sweden and Gothenburg, KGH, who is since 2 years the European trade policy, customs and border part of Maersk Customs Services in Europe, pan-European, is actually based from out of here in Gothenburg. That, of course, is a link. And we in Maersk are in a big change transformation right now, just like the industry, based on the issues we talked about here today. So we are really changing exactly how we do this from being what most of you know, the biggest container shipper or ocean carrier in the world, to becoming an integrator of a trade from origin to destination, offering all the services in between. Because we have seen really practically like you the last couple of years what resilience actually means and what is needed across borders in integrated value chains, right? So this is what we are doing right now. And the interesting thing is that during that process of transforming a global multinational company, we've had a lot of dialogue with our hundreds of thousands of customers, from SMEs to the biggest companies in the world. And to answer your question then, now I bought my some time for the diplomatic answer around India. I can say, though, that also in my experience from my previous life, India, it is a complicated border process that is there. And it's a couple of things that makes it more complicated. And my colleagues here have indicated some of them. One is around documentation and information to actually import and export. It is a lot of duplication, it's a lot of documentation, it's a lot of manual documentation as well, and it's repeated many times, which of course increases the cost for business. It not only increases the cost, but it also makes it difficult with trade compliance. So it means that it takes longer, not only from the process itself, but also from the questions coming back when you have to repeat different things, getting the licenses, getting the technical improvements or certifications that are there. So that is something we need to address. And I think there's a couple of things I would like to mention, as you said, that we could do together on that. One is, of course, digitalization. Of course, we want a free trade agreement for our customers. There's no doubt about it. And commends to the Commission for working for us to try and get that in place. But the digitalization side in itself is interesting of trade digitalization, because if we are going to make border processing better, we need to have data pipelines, information early, being able to do risk management, do all of those things we need to do. And India has a high level of digitalization in many parts of the society, not necessarily in trade and customs and borders. And this is something we could actually do something about and try to work around. Second thing is technical agreements, because all due respect for a free trade agreement, and I'll get back to that in 2 minutes, or 30 seconds. But there's also technical agreements. So there's authorized economic operator programs, for instance, under international standards from the World Customs Organization I worked in before. The ambassador of Brazil knows how important it was for Brazil to get the AO program in place. Now, India has an AO program, and they are renewing and doing the work that Brazil did a couple of years ago, as we speak. We have an AO program, which sometimes customers here say, well, there's not that many benefits in Europe, but the benefits are not in Europe, they are in India. So if we could get a mutual recognition agreement for that type of technical agreement or other types of technical agreements that we have, that is a quicker process. It could be linked, it should be linked to FTA, but it could also really remove some of these trade barriers that we see, the documentation, the massive multiplication of the same information asked and so forth. My third point would be around free trade agreements, because that's a general point, but it's certainly valid for India as well. And that is the fact that even if Mr. Redonnet said before that we in Sweden and Scandinavia are pretty good at using free trade agreements, our experience with our customers is that we are not as good as we should. So many companies I meet maybe use free trade agreements possibilities to 40, 35%, and in average 50, 55%. And of course, that needs to go up. And one of the reasons it's a little bit higher than average in Scandinavia is that actually more companies for other reasons are using the professional industry and the intermediaries as a part of their process for other reasons. But that intermediary industry is more updated, even though there's great initiatives like the one we've just seen this morning, access to markets. And of course, that is one way to also bring this in. We are willing and ready as a professional industry for logistic companies, brokers, all of those companies in that industry to help work together with you to actually increase the use of free trade agreements or other technical agreements. I'm personally very happy to do that, and we're certainly happy to do that.
Thank you, Lars. I don't mean to cut you short. I know there's so much knowledge with you, but we have to somewhere limit.
We are staying
but you can
late
contact
tonight,
Lars,
so it's not a problem.
But I wanted one thing. This resonates very well with what was said. Everybody has a bit of awareness raising to do. Go out and talk about this, the way forward. But I now want to hand over to Dominika. First, a reflection on what was said by the panelists here in Gothenburg. And also, as a first question to you is, and I think you actually answered part of it already, but there might be a third way here. You have the FTA, you have the Trade and Technology Council launched in February. Would like a technical agreement on AO be like a third avenue to sort of lift the discussions? Where can we fit in the trade barriers to get them resolved in the most easy way, instead of if it becomes too broad? That's the question.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. There is poor Pauline, who does not even get an opportunity now to comment on her.
She will.
Almost dominated by India. No, thank you very much for all this input. Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know what is better or worse, we are aware of these issues. I think that's exactly the objective of both the Free Trade Agreement negotiations and the Trade and Technology Council. Somehow try to improve streamlined procedures, make the life of EU suppliers easy, make this all more efficient for everybody, starting also by India. Now there obviously needs to be the will on the India side to do so. They need to be on board, and this is what we are working on. Try to understand each other, explain our system that it could maybe be beneficial for India to do as we do on, for example, these suppliers' declaration on conformity for low-risk products, instead of requiring a third country certification. This could be a way forward. So the colleagues in the wide in all the chapters that are under discussion, they are now in this stage of explaining what we propose and how it would be beneficial, obviously not only for us but for India as well. Now, with India is very well aware of its attractiveness, of its current geopolitical and economic attractiveness, and they also have obviously their requirements or their asks or their concerns with the EU system and with EU regulation, for example, which obviously are big concern for them. So we are just at the beginning, as I said, the fourth round of negotiations. But we. What I have heard this morning, exactly what is being discussed currently, and what will be discussed in the upcoming month. Now, I think I have already explained this shift of the discussions of market access issues, of the market access cases from the margins of the FTA to the Trade and Technology Council, and as we are convinced that this will give this elevation higher to the ministerial level, might somehow give a bigger impetus to the discussions, as we have lost somehow leverage on this topic with the resumption of the FTA negotiations, because the market access issues have been discussed also before. So with the resumption, somehow the pressure on India became less strong, where the move to the Trade and Technology Council, where we will be hopefully more successful. As regards another agreement or another negotiation, we are negotiating in parallel actually 3 agreements. So free trade agreement, the investment protection agreement, and agreement on geographical indications. So I think for the time being, we have enough on our plate with these 3. But I have noted down the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominika, and I think we won't lose track of it, and we'll keep this date as the day when it was launched, if it comes through. Thank you so much. I'm a bit cautious of time, so we'll turn to the US now, I think, and discuss that. So we have tried to save some time for the floor as well at the end. So the US, we'll start with Volvo, Susanne. The Volvo Group's presence and importance or the US market's importance for the Volvo Group. You have 16 production sites in the US. That is quite a lot, to say at least, producing all of the portfolio with trucks and construction equipment and engines, as we've mentioned, employing 19,000 people in the US and around 30% of turnover last year, which is quite impressive. So we could say, safe to say that the US is really already an important market. So now turning to you, what are your views in the sense, for instance, how important is the Inflation Reduction Act? How does that influence your strategic decision-making? Do we see anything on suppliers or sourcing or investments, new investments? Share us your views on the US market and this strategic decision-making.
Certainly, happy to do so. Yes, US is a big market and a very important market for us. In short, Volvo Group is present in 190 markets. We have production in 18 countries, and we have about 1/3 of our net sale in US. So it is a very big and important market for us. Being a global actor means that we need to be long-term competitive from a global perspective. When we do our analysis, when it comes to investment, business, and so forth, we must do that from a global game plan. So when it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act, that is a typical example of a regulation that is included in such analysis. We analyze market by market, pros and cons, to see where it is most beneficial and relevant to invest at a certain time. So the Inflation Reduction Act, important. So, of course, is EU's response to the Inflation Reduction Act, talking about the Green Deal Industrial Plan, Net Zero Industry Act, which should have been launched yesterday. Tomorrow, yeah, it might come tomorrow, yeah. So there are many very important pieces in this big jigsaw that we do. The Inflation Reduction Act is one important piece, but there are many others, of course.
I'm thinking also if you have some good examples of the US market that distinguishes the EU and US, talking about this collaboration, trying to make the EU and US bigger and greater together.
Certainly. First, I just want to mention also, before I go into that example, that now we look forward also to the next steps of the Clean Energy Incentives Dialogue that was released last week and announced by President von der Leyen and President Biden. That is another important piece, of course, into this game. Yes, happy to give an example. Each country and market has its own regulation when it comes to heavy-duty vehicles. Very few global standards, if any. So each market is unique. So I was just thinking that I should give an example, an easy piece as the length of a truck. How to measure the length of a truck. Sounds as a very easy piece. It's a super important matter when it comes to transport efficiency. How much load can a truck carry? In US, the measurement starts from behind the cab. So to simplify, it's the trailer that counts. The length of the trailer that counts. In EU, the cab is included in the measurement. That is why we are so cautious when it comes to how we utilize the allowed length of a truck in Europe. And that is also why we see these big cabs in US and very modest, if I may say so, cabs in Europe. So this is not a real trade barrier, but it is a very clear and obvious example of different local requirements that really impact the setup of our global business. there are many more. We can talk about hate, we can talk about axles, we can talk about you mentioned. But if it's just a good example to sort of get some real stuff.
And it is thinking of what I think we will hear from Pauline on the Trade and Technology Council, the importance of working on new standards, even if you can't change the length today of how it's measured, but the importance of getting harmonized standards is the wrong word to use here, but some form of common denominator between the US and EU market.
Exactly.
Thank you for sharing, Susanne. Charlotte, I'm turning to you in Getinge. We know you have a very strong presence in the US market. It's an important market for you, going back over 50 years. And you still also to very different public bodies and tenders and so on. And it's a very regulated, heavily regulated sector. So this is something of a unique situation. So in this sort of heavily regulated sector that medtech is, and that the US is such a big market, considering there's, I think we talked about it before, just one authority to handle on certifications and standards. When you identify barriers, they must be quite important to resolve or try to understand. Could you give us a sense of how you see the US market and comment on how you operate?
Sure. No, but you're very right. The US market, just as for Volvo, makes up around 35 to 40% of our total annual revenue. So it's a huge market for us. But it's also a very mature market for us to work in compared to many other parts of the world. And we, of course, have production in the US as well, meaning that we also export a lot from the US to other markets. And we do see, I mean, we are a medtech industry, meaning that by nature, our industry should be heavily regulated. In the US, they really take credit in this. So we are part of the Food and Drug Administration, which is actually a country in itself. I don't know if anyone here has been in contact with them, but it's similar to a country. I mean, it's a huge federal organization in the US. And dealing with that is, of course, a very lengthy process from initiating a product to having the certification of that product. So the time is one such issue that we really need to take into account. And generally for us, it's, and again, going back to COVID, the geopolitical situation and the elements of interest by the then US government for our product really showed the importance for us to always have the finger on the pulse when it comes to EU-US relations. That has become significantly more important for us during the last couple of years to always get, in essence, assistance with that relation. That's good.
So with geopolitics changing, that cooperation becomes more important.
Indeed.
And turning to the lessons learned you have, how good would you say your organization, not self-criticizing yourself, but how good is an organization typically, taking yours as an example, of trying to identify? This, I understand, takes some work and investment to identify trade barriers, where, pick them up, address them. They have to land at the right person, maybe to you, Charlotte, so that you know that you should call the authorities and say, we have something, could we discuss? What's your experience?
Well, as a global company, we would like to think that we are good at identifying when problem comes around, but again, it can take many shapes and forms. And one thing that we do have realized is that we as a company need to be more approachable as well in the way that we deal with regulatory authorities. We need to be more transparent about our business. We sometimes need to explain our business and the way that we do export and import. And I think this goes for many companies. Opening up a little bit more, be more approachable. And of course, going forward, predictability and long-term sustainable relations will really be the key for us to operate in certain markets and for us to have good conditions when it comes to investments on markets. So I would say, generally, we would say we are working quite a lot with becoming better, but we still have a long road to improve in terms of becoming the company that deals well day by day with regulatory authorities.
Yeah. good to know. And I think many in the room are thinking, okay, where do we start? But I guess general awareness like this is very important, and then having this interaction in a structured way with authorities. I'll now turn to you, Lars, again, for Maersk's experience with the same. You have, again, some figures with regard to the US, 1 in 12 in and out. Is that it?
Correct.
Yeah? So think of the US as an enormous market. So 1 in 12 containers in or out of the US is a very big number of containers. You could put that in context, maybe. But I think what's important here, taking Getinge as a very regulated market, Volvo is having their own very long-term establishment, but there must be SMEs and small and medium companies that are struggling with this sort of very mature market in the US, and how do you get in and out? How do you actually help them, and what is your experience? Could you share?
No, it's a great question, and it's one out of 12 containers, as you said, going in and out of US is transported by us, but it's 1 on 4 on the global level. I need to say that as well. Having said that, of course, the good news is that actually, as we said, it's a mature market, but also from handling, export, and import, and all the regulatory reforms or regulations, legislation that is there for instance, SMEs. So it's pretty straightforward when you actually are dealing with US agencies when it comes to the regular export and import, which is the good news. There's a bad news. Bad news is, of course, as we heard as well, that it's very there's many sectors and verticals that is really heavily regulated in a sense where trade compliance becomes extremely important. I'm not saying trade compliance is not important in India or any other place in the world. It's getting more and more important to know how you're doing things, why you're doing things, with what stakeholders you're doing things as an exporter and importer, specifically as an SME. But you need to know your trade flow, you need to know who you worked with, you need to have the documentation to actually export to US, because the consequences are really hard in the US. So of course there's not only draconic penalties, but it could go much worse than that. And that's not only your type of areas, and it's many other areas, as many people know in this room. So that of course means that trade compliance becomes really important for an SME. But if you have that, then US, there's an accessibility and this possibility to actually do this in a good process. Now, we can help with that. Many can do that, and there is a possibility today. We have systems to actually take care of the data from source to when it arrives. Supply chain visibility is the #1 thing in my company, where we work with today together with customers, right? To make sure that the data that is there could be used and reused. And it could be used by European Union and United States to make sure that we are safe and secure when we do the transport, when we do the logistics around it, and when we move goods across borders. There's a couple of examples then, two short examples on this, where I also think the Trade and Tech Council can make a difference when we don't have an FTA with the US. One, of course, is already set standards, like HS classification on the World Customs Organization. There's big differences on some really important products from European Union to US, where US have a different opinion in HS classification, even though there's a standard. And we could have a discussion around some of those areas. There is a discussion on the technical level in the WTO, but we could raise those issues. The other one is new legislation and new regulations that we talked about before. And I think that that's where we really could use this vehicle and use this cooperation between private sector and government in different ways. Because take the forced labor legislation coming up in US, which creates a lot of issues. Because it's not only trade compliance, it's about documentation as well. You'll need to be able, in the future, as traders, to document whatever you do, to really not only use preferences or lower customs duty rates and deduction from FTAs, but actually to be compliant and not be shut out of the market. And I think we can work on that together. And I think that there are similar legislation now, Supply Chain Act, due diligence in European Union coming up, and discussions around having some harmonization here would certainly make sure that we don't create new trade barriers coming up. And we are happy to work on that. We are happy to work with European Commission and Swedish government and many other governments, because I think there is insights there, as we heard from my colleagues as well, that we need to use. And Mr. Redonnet said before as well, it's not always so easy to know on each market what is the new legislation or rules and regulations coming up there. But together, I think we can be more efficient early in the process of actually having an impact on these markets to both harmonize what already should have been harmonized, but also new regulations coming up.
Thank you, Lars. And things after hearing all three of you, things pop in my mind, but I have to keep to my script, of course. But Pauline, I had one more question, but I'm going to go switch to Pauline because you raised one standard that we've actually discussed before, and now I'm going to let the floor to you, Pauline. But first, comments, of course, on what you've heard from the companies. Talking about new standards and maybe taking the forced labor regulations in the US and the new ones in the EU, could that be an example where the EU and the US could, collaborate more? I know we discussed this earlier on. So maybe that'll kick off the first question, and then we have a few more. But I hope you don't mind that I switched the order of what we said we would ask you. Pauline, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, and I think very, very interesting to listen to the three companies, so thanks a lot. A couple of reactions and follow-ups from my side. I mean, I think the area that you mentioned on tracking, due diligence, and these kind of issues is really, really a key area of cooperation. And that's, I think, where we can see also how a structured framework like the Trade and Tech Council provides us a good basis. And in fact, I mean, we already have a work stream that deals with these questions under the Trade and Tech Council. We have one working group that deals with global trade challenges in the Trade and Tech Council. And I'll also say a couple of other examples that speak maybe more also to things Volvo has raised. But under that, we have a really dedicated track that relates to trade and labor. And notably, it includes work on due diligence. And we did organize, for example, a joint EU-US roundtable on due diligence 2 weeks ago only, I think. And I think that's exactly the kind of thing where we're trying to share best practice on how we're working on forced labor, but also, how do we do that either, I mean, bilaterally, but also in view of other countries. And I think, we need to then see how can we also use that to talk specifically about issues we have. And for example, a very concrete track that we're pursuing is also the question of how do we improve our cooperation on digital tools and digitalization or digital trade facilitation. And that's a big thing in terms of reducing costs for firms engaged in trade to enable us to have a better cooperation on digitalization and simplification. I mean, you mentioned earlier already the authorized economic operator issue in relation to India, and actually with the US we have that in the area of customs. But we're also looking at now how we can further use, digital trade facilitation, and I think that speaks also to these kind of requirements. I don't know. I mean, I could say maybe an additional word about concrete cooperation on the Trade and Tech Council, because I think it was interesting also what Volvo was saying earlier in terms of the kind of differences you're facing in the concrete area of heavy-duty vehicles. And that's actually somewhere where we have 2 working tracks right now, where we're looking at the future in those markets, notably on once these vehicles also become electric, so electric heavy-duty vehicles. And we have even 2 working streams where we're on the one hand trying to cooperate on standards for international megawatt charging systems. And secondly, we also try to really work together on the actual charging systems between us and the US. So really with different departments, Department of Energy in the US to try and progress towards kind of joint solutions. And that's ongoing. At the same time, I could also flag that, the US has also just recently expanded again some of the Buy American provisions that are relevant also for that sector. So, while we have cooperation, we also continue to have to engage on these things at the same time. So it shows, I think, how difficult it can be sometimes.
Obviously, very, very complex, Pauline, and thank you. I see we have some notes. But I'm going to leave the panel. Do you have any reflections or want to ask follow-up questions to Pauline or Dominique on anything straight off? Otherwise, I have.
First, I just want to say that I think it's really good that you mentioned these two work streams on the electric vehicles, but because I think that is really important when it comes to the transformation, the decarbonization. So I think that is very, very good if we can have some standardization on that.
And correct me, but just one, Pauline and Dominique, isn't it true, because I know I can access, you can actually go to your web page and follow and register and get access. So you can actually make submissions into these different work streams, either as a company yourself or through an association. So this actually adds transparency, at least for the one with the EU-US, right, Pauline? So there's it's open for to a certain extent to the public.
For the US, I mean, we have a really, really deep program, I think, of engagement with industry and other stakeholders and civil society. So we have this dedicated Futurium website as a platform, and it helps also make transparent what is going on, but also structure a bit how we can get input and have an ongoing dialogue with stakeholders. And it's really important because there's a lot of consultation going on and a lot of exchange. And, we will have a Ministerial Trade and Technology Council in Sweden on the 30th, 31st of May. So this is the fourth time that the Trade and Tech Council will meet at ministerial level in the north of Sweden, probably. And I think, in the run-up to that, obviously, we even more intensify our exchanges with all stakeholders. And I think it's really important that we continue to do that. And by the way, I mean, when we're in the US, we always hear that the US stakeholders complain a lot that they don't get consulted enough. And we always say, well, we really try to do that because I think we're not doing it for ourselves, that work.
So this is just to underline, it's a two-way channel. You can go to the access points and what we've heard today and go and complain or ask questions about trade barriers. But sometimes just understanding which ones are out there, this is actually a way to understand what other companies and organizations are talking about. Am I the only one experiencing this? It's actually a very good... I'm promoting it, but a very good initiative for awareness raising over the world. Lars, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, it's just a short one because I realized Dominika said, you didn't want to add another agreement negotiation to the free ones you have in India, and I fully respect that. What I'm getting at is that I think that to some of these, where at least I've been involved in the past, also my past life, on technical agreements are shorter and they are easier to get in some extent to the multi-year negotiations we have on trade policy and FTAs, for instance. So AEO mutual recognition, as Pauline was talking about with the US, is already there, but it takes 6 to 9 months to do instead of years. And I think the trade and tech councils are a vehicle to be used just to enforce those technical agreements in a better way, to get quick wins out of facilitation and simplification that should already be there, harmonization that should already be there. So it's, of course, this dialogue that you're creating, which I think is great, is an opportunity to also enforce some of the things we know isn't working, and I'm sure that's where we are going as well. And I just want to finalize by saying we are willing, our customers are willing to share data, sustainability issues, visibility for supply chain data that are there. If it helps, if it actually brings better border processing, trade facilitation to the table, and I think it does. And we are doing that with some governments and could certainly do it in this context as well. Thank you.
Indeed. I'm looking at you, Dominika. Do you have any opening it up for you so that you can comment on what's said on, maybe get some inspiration on the Trade and Technology Council from the US, or do you want to comment on what the panel has said so far?
No, just say that well, for us, the TTC with India is very recent, so we are still somehow trying to figure out how it all will work with India. We still need to organize the first meeting of the 3 working groups and the first TTC. So also this issue about the business participation, we need to somehow figure out how it will be done. The idea was not to follow exactly the US model, I must say, but we don't have in place yet. We don't have a very, very concrete idea now how it will work exactly. So it's still somehow in the making. It will all take forms in the upcoming weeks. But we are aware that businesses would be interested in somehow being involved. This is not for the first time that I hear the businesses proactively asking for being involved, and obviously it makes sense. Yeah. So thank you very much for this. I will convey obviously this information, and you will certainly rather quickly see how this new animal will take shape the upcoming weeks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominika. I'm going to open the floor for questions, if you have any. We have a few more minutes, 2 or 3. So if you have a question for the panel, the Commission, Jesper is hiding in the curtains. I think we have one question at least, right?
If we could have it from our colleagues here.
All right. Is it working? Yes. So we have a question from the live stream, and it's regarding the MSME number and certificate in India. They have not received this question before, and now they are asked to provide this number. Would you be able to comment anything on the MSME number in India?
And even if I can filter the question a bit, even if you're not able to answer on that particular question, maybe it's a good question to say, how would you go about approaching it? How would you address it best? Would we use the market access tools we've talked about today, or raise it with you, Dominika, in the negotiations? I think it's addressed to you.
I must say that I'm not expert of this this rather technical issue. So
maybe we then address it to Simona, who could probably help us navigate where that question would end up. I guess through the there we have.
Yeah, I'm back again. Yes, this is the typical example where someone can contact the single entry point, even informally, with just a contact and send an email and just proposing us a short meeting on this. And if we see that there are evidence for there to be a barrier, we will invite them to submit a complaint to the single entry point. But we can just shortly exchange with them on these issues. And then, of course, I forgot to tell you in advance, as soon as we receive a complaint, we share the information with our geographical desk, with our delegation. So when we contact back the potential complainant or the company, we are already aware of what's going on. Is that an issue we are already aware of? Have we information ready to provide? So please invite them to contact us, and we will provide an answer to that.
So if you have the email address there, we might already have started a case.
You go in access to market.
Yeah.
You click very easily to Google there. You click on contact the single entry point, and you're done.
Great. Perfect. We have a live example. If nobody else has questions in the panel, I'd like to round off. If anybody has a final comment, take the opportunity. Otherwise, I'd like to extend a warm applause to our panel, and thank you so much for all this great information.
Thank you.
If I may, Caroline, I just want to emphasize what Lars said before, and I guess that goes for you as well, that we are, of course, more than happy to support, share our experiences, facts and figures that could be of any use for the Commission or the Swedish Government Office or in any other way. So please just reach out to us because we are so happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. And from the experts from EU Commission and the panel, Volvo, Getinge, Maersk, once more an applause. I think, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And actually just reflections on the market that India, as you know, will pass, I think it's this year, China, population-wise. So when you say at EU exports, if it was 2.1%, yes, I think it got potential. And also reflection on the US, actually, many times we measure exports like direct exports, and I made a reflection regarding Volvo. If you have 19,000 there, and was it 30% of the business? Yes, direct exports is maybe not the most interesting thing because it's really sales from Swedish companies in this case, and then they would be a bit above 20%. So we should measure by that. But now, before we will have some concluding remarks, we will have a success case by another Swedish multinational a bit further south of here, from the city of Lund. So I'm very happy to have Mr. Niklas Eriksson, Compliance and Product Specialist, Pure Ballast Alfa Laval. Niklas?
Thank you for having me. Well,
here you have.
Thank you. So I'm representing Alfa Laval, and as you said, we're both in the south, but also in Stockholm, where I'm from.
Yeah.
So Alfa Laval has a lot of products, starting with the milk separator 150 years ago and expanding through heat exchanger and separator still, and also what I'm representing here, the Pure Ballast Water Management System. And what we're going to talk about is getting access to the South Korean market. And ballast water, yeah, that's not a new topic. It's been around quite a long time, but managing it, that's quite a new thing. And why? Invasive species. And that is categorized as one of the bigger environmental issues in the world now. And the invasive species are ranging from bacteria, algae, planktons, embryos from other species, which can grow into crabs, which has been examples here in the West Coast. And when I say I represent Alfa Laval, that's partly true. I work for the Alfa Wall, which is a joint venture between Wallenius Water and Alfa Laval. We were formed in 2007 just to tackle this problem. And Wallenius is also a shipping operator, transporting all the cars, well, not all the cars, but a lot of cars around the world. But our products are sold under the Alfa Laval name. We've been hearing about approvals and certifications, and our product is quite heavily regulated as well. The good thing for us, it's all these things are regulated by IMO mostly when it comes to life safety equipment and pollution prevention equipment for ships. But it's quite heavily regulated, and but the good thing is that the testing standard is the same for everything, except for US, of course. They have a little bit different approach to it. But the equipment needs to be approved by each administration or each country, or the flag of the vessel. The testing for these systems are quite extensive, and we have to do at least 15 tests, and land-based. This is an example of the testing facility there, and testing on board the ships as well. And these should all be tested consecutively passed without failing. The equipment also needs to have an environmental testing to prove that it is working on board. And the testing has to be done by an accredited or approved laboratory, and also supervised by approved testing organization, normally a classification society or such. This is cost time consuming and costly. Well, we did this we have done it a lot of times, but our third generation was approved the first time in 2014. We got a type approval that is needed to come to access to any market. And this certificate is then accepted by many, even though it's issued by DNV on behalf of the Norwegian Maritime Organization, Maritime Directorate. And we have, of course, done a lot of research and tested it through the years. Okay, coming to the trade barrier as such. We, mid 2016, we got approached by our sales office in Korea, and they said that we would like you to get this Korean approval. And we found out that no, we need to repeat all the testing within Korea, and that would take minimum 1 year and cost about 1.5 to 2 million euros. It was quite hard to justify. We had done all the tests, and the testing is the same, so repeating them again to that cost, that was not an option. That was the law, that it should be tested, done in Korea. But we got information from our local office that they were about to change the law, but we heard nothing until late 2018. Then nothing had changed. But this internal requirement was still there, so we approached the Swedish government and Kommerskollegium, and we got a positive response. Now we will take this up. And the topic was raised during a Market Access Advisory Committee meeting by the European Commission in February 2019, and the issue was raised by Sweden and Denmark. And the trade experts view it was not a direct legal breach, possibly, but definitely an asymmetry in the recognition procedures that was in place. But the topic will be brought up in current coming meetings with Korea. We also got additional supporters with the Business Association in Danish Maritime and Sea Europe. And the issues were raised at the EU-South Korea Free Trade Agreement Committee in April 2019. Also raised at the OECD meeting related to shipbuilding industry in May. And Koreans' response that it was no trade barrier and it should be delegated to bilateral discussions involving the correct authorities, which for their case was the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries, who were responsible for this. But shortly after, we were informed that South Korea, they changed the law to make it possible to apply to for Korean approval based on foreign-made testing. And that was changed in July 2019. Still, there were some issues there. The ministry delegated to 2 different societies to do this. The Korean Register, which is a classification society within Korea, they should do the mechanical and electrical review, which they have already done for our system because the class rules to be installed on Korea Register class ships. And the biological part should be done by the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, or KIOST, what we call it later. And that is, well, that can be viewed as a direct competitor to the testing laboratory we used in Europe. And of course, we foresaw some issues there. And they also requested everything with what we had done there, not only with the reports resulting from the test. There should be operating procedures, quality plans, and full test plans and everything, which we saw that sending another companies or institutes documentation, they were not so thrilled about that, even they couldn't formally stop us there. And also the kiosk, they wanted to commute only with our Korean office. Not directly with us as a manufacturer. Korea is only a sales office and have no legal. Well, they're not responsible for the product. But we submitted the application for type approval, but we decided to withhold all the background, the standard operating procedures and quality plans from the testing institute we used. And they directly there, after 3 weeks, they informed that it should be Korea, our Korean office, that should do the application. So we need to do it again, so we're a bit stalling. And of course, there's no opening in the regulations that the sales office can do this. So we hold our ground, and they also indicated a review time of at least 12 months for this. And we were talking directly to our contact at Kommerskollegium, and they raised the topic already at the meeting next day. So that was handled very fast, and we maintain that we were the manufacturer, and the time for their review was far too long. And we also informed them that we had the EU Commission and their full support in the background. And in mid-November, they changed their mind. They said, okay, you can be Alfa Laval in Tumba, Sweden, could be the applicant for this. So that was a little bit win. And also in the background, we heard that this topic related to approval of our ballast water management system were brought up by the EU Commission in both World Trade Organization and bilateral meetings within Korea. And keeping that pressure, that worked, because we heard from our sales office in Korea, which had more informal contacts with the Ministry of Fisheries, that the ministry, they felt quite stressed by this involvement of EU and the World Trade Organization. Yeah, continued. Well, we wanted to get this started, so the fee for this was not mentioned or discussed in the beginning, but after some time they informed that the just a review of this would amount to 60,000 euro plus tax. And that is an amount that has been more than 3 times what we ever have paid for any review. We had paid 0 from some governments, or 16 euros from Italy, for instance, and such things. So 60,000 was quite much. So yet another topic to bring up by ourselves, of course, and we also mentioned it to the Commission, and it was brought up there. And in late May, after many discussions, they lowered the price for 24,000. Just another small win in this case. Yeah, and the document review of the reports and technical documentation, it continued in the background, and after about 6 months, or 5-6 months, we got the first response from them. There were 3 detailed Excel sheets with open issues, 77 open issues in total, and this is on an approved system. Some of them were quite simple misunderstandings, and some very in-depth and detailed. And another request to submit all these background quality documentation from the other laboratory, and an indication that we would need to do some additional testing, because that was their initial goal to do the testing there. We also had to involve the regional test lab to get better input on these, and we iterated this open issues questionnaire for a few times, each time getting them to close out some issues, but also getting new, more detailed questions to some other questions there. And in a way, you could view it as a more academic prestige between these 2 testing organizations. One test lab reviewing the others and reporting, the others reporting and questioning in the method they had applied. And at one time, they even asked for the raw data with the handwritten test, the notepads from the testing conducted. So very in-depth. Didn't trust the other organization at all. Yeah, 1 year passed, and there were still open issues. But then the ministry, they asked the kiosk to come and disclose the progress for them. And we can't do that, they said, but we insisted do that because we wanted it aligned, because now it was only the test lab reviewing this, not the ministry. So of course they had talks, but we wanted them align it. What was still open, because the talks were of course between EU and the ministry. And before the meeting they came in there, they had 8 open issues, but after it was 3. So at least some came out of that without us doing anything. And now you really need to do some additional testing here at our lab. But we felt we had done everything correct. We had felt the support from the EU Commission behind us, and we were determined at this point to not do any further testing, which were costly and would cost time to roll away. So we further involved the original test lab to try to get the answer to what they had done, and also the DNV, the classification societies who had been involved, to try to answer all these questions they had. And most of the remaining questions were to the test method, how they used and how it was reported. And in total, we had 7 iterations of these tests, the open issues, but finally, in 11th of August 21, they said everything is resolved, or at least accepted by them. So that was a good win. And 2 months later, they issued the type approval, or rather 54 type approvals for our system, which is quite strange because every other party issuing those has said 1 is enough, but they said 1 for each size and model. So a lot of paper there. Yeah, that's a short review of the story. There was, of course, a lot of work involved from our side to get this approved, get this resolved. But the interest and support we received from Kommerskollegium and EU Commission were, it was, I think, quite vital, because it put the pressure on them. They felt it all the time, and even though Korean representatives maintained that we're not doing this as a trade to hinder trade, and it was only technical and everything, but they were certainly not doing much to make this simple. And the scrutinization of the reporting and the questioning of methods from another test lab, that was quite remarkable to review. And the test lab we used was, has probably done the most testing in the world for these kind of systems, so they know what they're doing. Of course, we were one of the first. We did this already back in 2014 when and everything progressed. But still, it was quite remarkable to review. Well, was it worth the effort? Yeah, we were the first non-Korean supplier that managed to get the Korean flag type approval. And today, 1.5 years later, we have these sold 33 systems. So we got into the market. It's open there for us and hopefully other of our competitors which are in Europe. So that's the short introduction of that.
Thank you very much, Niklas. I thought it was feel a bit depressing to have 2 years of problem, and you have to explain them in 20 minutes.
It was a bit tricky, and I had 11, so I don't know how I managed here, but it was nice to relive this again. Thank you for that opportunity. Any questions?
We might have room for one or two questions.
Will be here
if we have.
Yes,
we do. Let's see if I have a microphone here. See here. There we are.
Thanks so much.
If we had the microphone on?
Okay, I think it's working. Thanks so much, and congratulations. I think that's in order. Very well done. Question relates to, you mentioned at the end, was it worth it? Did it open, or you mentioned it might have opened the market for other European companies. Did it? And have you seen a result of that?
I haven't followed up our competitors. Actually, it's not my. but I mean, we have. They always say that first movers advantage. In some cases, this first movers disadvantage. When we have seen that loss, we have been first of having approvals for our first system, our second generation, third generation, and first one of the first to have the US Coast Guard approval for our system. And it takes a lot of effort to go through that. And once the first is issued, it's much easier for the followers to come through this. And us standing our ground, I think that helped. If anyone follows, it helped a lot there, because it was a struggle with them, and they're not the only one, but they are so far the toughest. Or maybe Germany is still on second there, but I'm not sure on that. It's not finalized yet, but it's a new product, so it's very many don't know how to react on this. They imposed some law, not seeing the full spectrum and how to approve it and such things. But it's an interesting job sometimes. Thank you.
So there. Thank you very much, Niklas. Yes, a round of applause, of course. And we will now start rounding up the day. But I would like to give the word to one of the absolute main organizers and those initiating this day. So if I could please invite Mr. Anders Arnlid from National Board of Trade, Sweden. I will have to give you this. It's fine.
Thank you very much, Jesper, and thank you for allowing me to say a few words before the end of this important day. What a great day we have had. And I am very glad to get this opportunity as one of the co-organizers of this Market Access Day. I represent, as I hope you might know, the National Board of Trade, Sweden, Kommerskollegium. That is Sweden's agency for international trade, the EU internal market and trade policy. Now, I have been involved in trade policy making in one way or another since the middle of the 1980s. That's quite a long time. So maybe I would be allowed to start by quoting a by most forgotten American baseball player and say that the future ain't what it used to be. The future ain't what it used to be in international trade relations, in international trade policy making. And it's fitting to have a quote from an American in this regard, since much of this is explained by new policy turns in Washington and the United States. We see a United States that is no longer interested, as Denis mentioned, in old-fashioned, as they see it, trade policy measures as trade agreements, which they think do not function. The Americans are not interested in reviving the World Trade Organization, at least not yet. Their trade policy is to a large extent driven by the US difficult relation to China, as you all know. And in addition to that, to a so-called worker-centric policy that turns the Americans inward-oriented. Dire straits for trade policy making. On top of that, the war, Putin's brutal war in Ukraine that makes it necessary for security policy to trump other policy areas, including trade policy areas in certain respects. And we have heard a lot about the effects of the pandemic that has, of course, also changed the world when it comes to trade policy and trade relations. We heard Denis saying that in such a world, we need champions of free trade, champions of open trade, champions of a competitiveness agenda in this regard. And therefore, of course, it was very refreshing to hear Per-Arne in the morning representing the Swedish government and the Swedish presidency of the European Union, because Sweden is such a champion and continues to be and has an important role to perform that role and be that champion. But equally important, of course, is that you are all, about 80 unique companies represented here today, are also important champions in this regard. And I think from that point of view, the issues we have been discussing, the need to make sure that despite the dire straits we face globally in various respects, the continuous work for trade, import, exports is crucial, and therefore making sure that trade functions smoothly is evidently very, very important, doing away with trade barriers as we have discussed today. This is a top priority for the National Board of Trade, and something we work on a daily basis on, as we've heard. I'm very glad to hear the Alfa Laval example here towards the end. For us, it is also very important to reach out to companies. In fact, Per Arne and the government, the Swedish government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have mandated us to reach out to companies and do better in terms of our relations with you in this regard. So this is an important day for us also for that reason. So this Market Access Day is an excellent opportunity for us to make sure that we understand better what Swedish stakeholders face in terms of problems, barriers when they do trade, and of course also for the Commission here present. I have learned a lot from you companies here today already. It has been particularly interesting, I think, to hear more in detail on what issues you are facing, what challenges you're facing in the Indian and the US market. That will be important for us to digest and work on from here on. And as I said, to have key examples, success stories, as the one we finished with, very important. I would very much encourage you those of you who meet barriers and that are hampered in your trade due to various barriers, to register those, as has been alluded to earlier already, online in the single entry point in access to markets that the Commission has informed us about today. And my colleagues from the National Board of Trade here present would be more than willing to help you out in doing so. And I'm thinking about Annika, Jonas and Michael, who are here from the National Board of Trade, to help you out if you have further questions during the lunch break. We are the National Board of Trade, Annika and Jonas, representing Sweden in the Commission's Market Access Advisory Committee, where trade barriers, as you know, for EU exports are being discussed among member states and business associations. And it works, as we have heard from Alfa Laval. We need constantly information from you in order to be productive, in order to make a difference in this regard. I understand it might be difficult sometimes to come forward with information due to sensitivities that you might have in your business relations, but do come forward and help us, help you to do better in terms of combating those barriers. That I think we will all benefit from. One important tool that we use, and it has been alluded to, is the yearly report that is produced by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, building on reports from about 100 Swedish embassies and consulates around the world. That tool is important. So also those of you who have daughter companies or colleagues in other countries, don't forget to use the embassies there as a vehicle for reporting the matters to us. We are, in order to perform our duties better in the future, considering to create a new forum, a special meeting format for companies and business associations with the purpose of discussing barriers to exports and imports that you face. So if you are interested in participating in such work, in such meetings, please let us know, and we will come back with further details in due course. That is a new offer from us that I hope will result in more success stories in the future. But now time has come for me to thank all the organizers, first of all, for this important day. Denis Redonnet and his team from the Commission, Per-Arne Hjelmborn and his team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my own colleagues from the National Board of Trade, and of course our host, Jesper and his team from the West Sweden Chamber of Commerce for hosting us. Thank you so much all, but most important of all, and more important than that, I want to thank all you participants who have been here today and who have hopefully benefited from this Market Access Day. I, for one, hope that we will have many more Market Access Days coming up in the not too distant future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anders.
Sorry, I forgot. I can't trust myself. Those of you who are not subscribing to our National Board of Trade newsletter, you should subscribe to that. There will be information somewhere in the room on how to do it. Don't forget that important task. Thank you.
Not only somewhere in the room, you even have it here.
All right.
Thank you very much, Anders. And I would like to thank immediately the National Board of Trade, because we have a really ongoing contact, and you've been here at the chamber at various occasions. And I think you could have an advantage of being big like the US, India and China, but I think it's an advantage of being small as well. And we could be quite fast moving, and we don't have that much distance to each other, which I really feel here as a representative for the industry. So that's very good. And now we have even closer way, I would say, to the EU Commission as well. So please, Mr. Redonnet, just some takeaways from your side.
Sure.
Today.
Happy to do that. Thank you again very much. So a few thoughts that I was just scribbling down as I was listening. I think this event for us, certainly in the Commission, in Brussels, who are far remote from where the action is happening, right, in terms of actual trade done by firms, is very important because it highlights again, if ever it was needed, the importance for us of getting testimonies, concrete example, what works, what doesn't work, what are the real complicated nature of the problems that are faced. Because, again, in this area, it's market by market, it's sector by sector, it's barrier by barrier, in reality. It's door-to-door combat, so to speak. So we need that. Now, in terms of what I heard, I think there is, in a way, there is bad news and there is good news, as ever in life. The bad news, I think we have our work cut out for us if I hear all of the issues that have been raised. Let me pick up a few. This, in big jurisdictions, the emergence of these made-in policies, so big import substitution policies, local content requirement, mushroomings, etc., is a very big problem. It is going to turn into an impediment on trade if we're not using all of the instruments that we have at our disposal. India being a poster boy for made in India policies, as was highlighted. I'm very well aware of the quality control order issue, for example. We have effectively, a jurisdiction which is gold plating regulation through national standards unnecessarily. We have to be very pragmatic about all this. The quality control orders, they're targeting effectively China and Chinese imports. So if we can find a way, frankly, to get ourselves protected from this, we will be as pragmatic as we need to try to get results on these kinds of issues. Regulatory and technical barriers to trade, standards, certification, conformity assessment, recognition of foreign labs, all of this, again, mushrooming everywhere. And these are issues where we do not just face discrimination, or you don't just face discrimination per se, which in a way is more straightforward, because when we have a discrimination, we have a breach. We have a breach of treaty, we have a breach of commitments, we have certain tools, and I'll come to this, we will use them. But also creates just complexity and opacity. Even in jurisdictions where you have rule of law, where you have good regulatory practices, i.e. the US and the FDA. The FDA, yes, we have a long, loving relationship with the Food and Drugs Administration, not just for medtech, but across a whole range of sectors, including the whole of the agro-food stuff. Now, that's the bad news. The good news, I think there are still many things that we can still do or do more of to chip away at these kinds of impediments to trade. There are the trade agreements, and beyond the trade agreements, there's a whole effort that the EU as a bloc needs to do in terms of international regulatory cooperation, even outside of trade agreements. Because what we want to do is we want to also, in a sense, push out our standards and our regulatory approaches so that these become standards that become global. Because this is how we will ultimately facilitate trade and investment to our benefit. We can't just rely on the size of the internal market and the so-called Brussels effect to just simply export outright, through autonomous measures, our standards. We have to engage in international regulatory cooperation. Now that requires, as you can imagine, from governments, EU institutions and national governments, a whole set of coordination efforts, because international regulatory cooperation is fragmented across a whole range of organizations, sectors, etc. So it's a big endeavor, and I think that for me that's one of the big government agendas going forward on this. We have to use the trade agreements again to enforce where we have breaches, but also as cooperation frameworks to support trade facilitation, the reduction of the cost of trade. And there are ways to do this. You can use intelligently the trade agreement structures that are created by the trade agreements, various range of committees where we engage with the different regulatory agencies in the countries concerned to do that. And we need to go beyond the FTAs. I think it's been highlighted today that structures such as trade and technology councils that we have in place with the US, that is being built up with India, are places where we can pursue agendas which are going to be critical in terms of trade facilitation or investment facilitation or reducing the cost of trade beyond barriers of a discriminatory nature. Digitalization of trade conditions, mutual recognition of facilitation schemes. You mentioned the AEO mutual recognition concept. And finally, in some cases, yes, probably we need to be a little bit assertive from time to time. And actually, the example that you gave, Alfa Laval, shows that it helps to put a little bit of stress on the Korean authorities at certain points from time to time. I can give you other examples of this. With Korea, for example, we have been very close to initiating a dispute at WTO in another sector, nothing to do with yours, on the non-recognition of regionalization in the SPS area, which affects the whole agro-food sector. Because we were signaling that we were doing this, we have resolved the issue without having to go to dispute settlement with Korea. We've been working to resolve problems for the ceramics industry, again, not big in Sweden, but I can tell you big in some other member states, where in Saudi Arabia they were faced with all kinds of quality standards, etc., that were impossible to get at an unbelievable cost. We used the trade barriers regulation, which demonstrated in a structured manner to the Saudi authorities that there were potentially breaches of WTO commitments in there. And that has enabled us, without going to WTO, to, in a large part, solve the issue. I will spare you the details because nobody cares about ceramics here, but not unimportant. So probably we need to be doing that more. We need to be transactional, we need to be assertive, again, where it is necessary. And there are no small wins, right? There are only wins or not wins. So we have to be a bit relenting in all this, I think, as public authorities, and we need to have industry pushing us to be relenting on this. So to conclude, yeah, the future is not what it used to be. True. It can still be a bit what we make it to be, nevertheless. Huh? So we are not despairing. The economic stakeholders in this world, you still have agency in geopolitical and geoeconomics. So it's up to the companies to fight their corner, even in a more adverse geopolitical environment. And I think if we, on the public authorities side, if we roll up our sleeves, if we stand up for open markets and rules-based trade, then I think it can still be what we make it to be, at least in part. So I end on an optimistic note, but that's what trade negotiators do, because they're always optimistic. They think you can fix everything. So that doesn't change. Yeah, the other thing that doesn't change is that, being French, I managed to end up late on the program and overrunning by 5 full minutes on the program. Now, if you're French, you overrun by 5 minutes is perfectly normal. Here, I understand it's like swearing in church, so I stop here.
Yeah, no. As a response for that, when moving back from Spain, then moving back to Sweden, and I just had to figure out, if you're in the elevator to a meeting and you're 20 seconds late, you have to call. So that's the differences. Many thanks, Mr. Denis Redonnet, I have to say once again. And we will just, for some finalizing, if you have questions, because there are a lot of questions raised, once again, you may send them in to us at the Chamber of Commerce. And I would like to also at this phase especially say that you must use, of course, the National Board of Trade. And I would like to, well, Jonas and Annika, where are you? Yes, the two main people here organizing. They are with us today. So everyone look back at Annika, Jonas, good. Yes, so an applause, yes, of course. So they are with us today to discuss, and at the same time I have to say, because we are visible here on stage, but I'm just an unstructured presentator, and the one who has really made everything possible. Carolina, a colleague of mine, you have structured everything, so you have to show your face. And I could mention just at the Chamber we work all the time with these issues, and just tomorrow even we will have, in the morning we will have a seminar, member seminar, but even if you're not a member I will make an exception tomorrow. You may come. The colleagues didn't hear that. We will have a seminar on securing your value chains. Among others, you will have a global logistic manager from SKF, a colleague of mine, Peter Hellman, and Business Sweden. So I hope to see you here tomorrow again. And importantly, you will have a digital evaluation of this event sent to you basically within a few minutes or within an hour maybe. So it will take 1 minute, very important for us. So please fill it in your mobile. And now, anyone, not you online, you will have lunch, or you had it watching us, but anyone's hungry? Yes, so we will have a lunch, I promise. It will be served right here. And before that, just once again, special thanks to Ministry for Foreign Affairs, National Board of Trade, and a big, big thanks, and I think we will have a hard round of applause for Mr. Redonnet, Simona Pinto, and the team from the EU Commission. Thank you very much for being here. So we will just take away the chairs, but please start taking lunch. Thank you.